load up the process. And then as this goes up, but just grab one of the files that in fact, let's just go ahead and grab that. There was one that you had yesterday, the sample from T3, or if you did a save as like I did here,
Okay.
grading, just load that file up. Not that you need to have that, it just gives us something in here to look around with. Okay. All right, so as far as the two CAD palettes that I have, is I give my layers palette, and I have it set to auto collapse or whatever this auto hide, and it's dragged here almost to the left. If it goes all the way to the left, it'll dock, and that's your preference if you like to have it either way. And then on the right, I have my XREF manager floating over here. External references, just type XREF and that'll pop up. You can do the same thing with that. Now, both of those tools, and along with a lot of other tools, are all done with one central tool that's basically the same as the layer manager that you see in AutoCAD. That's usually what's done in IntelliCAD. It's all done through one interface. It's really, really nice and helpful, but so I don't have to have so many things open and floating over there. But here's what we do here's what my interface is set up like, and I've got different toolbars. So if you go up and click, do you have any toolbars at all, or you just have
so I have the basic one, which is like the new drawing, save, print, that one. I have like my layer list drop down, and then I have some of the, I think I have this one's the Carlson. I think I have the Carlson menu. Which just gives you the it just gives you the different like civil and survey and
that's called the Carlson modules. It's on the settings menu, for instance, as what's it called? It's called Carlson menus, and that's this one here. So you've got that toolbar, and you see the pictures of it here, survey, civil, and all that. That is this one right.
Yeah, that's it.
In fact, let me pull it down a little bit. Like this. Okay, so yeah, so that's this toolbar right here. Now, a couple things about toolbars is as you hover over those little grippy things on the left edge of them, you'll see the title of them.
Okay.
So, and these are what they have. Now, if you've got anything there at all, anyone, like you say, you probably have that Carlson.
Yeah.
Then you can, if you point to any of the gray, the open, empty gray that's over to the right of the area, and right click, and that's going to bring up this little pull right menu that you can use to control the interface. If you don't have any of those up, I think you might have to go to.
I can get to that.
Yeah. Okay. So settings and then toolbar. Toolbar manager is another way you can save and load these things. But anyway, here's the ones that I have. And first of all, if you don't like this ribbon, there's a couple things you can do. You can have this minimize to the tabs themselves so that the tab titles stay up here. So if I want to do something with grading, I click and it pops up and I do it and then it disappears. Okay. So that keeps it there, but collapses it out anyway. It's still more than what I want. So you can, minimize to the panel titles themselves. So once you're in a particular one, I'm not sure what that's, here's. It's minimized to the panel titles. I don't know what that's supposed to have done.
Yeah, I like
It-
that. I like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I see. Down here. I see what they're done. Okay. So that still brings them up. So that sort of gets it there and keeps it out for you, but and then there's the actual just these are the buttons that are in. These just represent the big panel that shows up. Now, without any of those, it just stays open and you see them all the time. Okay, like I said, some people like that. That's okay. If you're like me and you don't want to see it, and that takes up a significant portion of my screen that I want to have for my drawing, then you have to run a command called ribbon close. All right. And I think it might be available on here. It is under the IntelliCAD. It has it in this little pull right. It's not here. I don't see it in this one. But anyway, just run.
I like it just minimize the tabs like that because then it's
Okay.
still there, but it doesn't take up any real estate hardly.
Right.
I'll go with that.
Yeah. So you can do that and learn to just be aware that there is a menu bar and then there is a ribbon bar with the panel titles on it. They look the same, just one under the other. Just keep be aware of that if you ever need to get something from it, pull down. Now,
Yeah.
the so ribbon close and ribbon are the commands that you would use to choose that interface. All right, so now as far as toolbars go, and I have 3 of them that are set vertically, 2 on the left, 1 on the right. And again, I've got the layers palette on the left, collapsible, XREF on the right, collapsible. And I have my properties palette on the left, but docked. I keep that there. I keep my command bar, my command line, as I keep that docked down at the bottom. And I've got some there's some settings that you can use. Different ways that might work for you. And that's resizable. If you need more or less to take it up. There's a little arrow right here on the right. When you click that, that brings up a history and you can copy and paste and just run back up through that with the up arrow to recycle on previous commands if you want. It makes it kind of nice and it stays a bit transparent so you can see underneath it. It doesn't get totally in your way. But that can also be floated. It can be turned off if you like the heads up prompt, which is one of these guys down below here, and I've got this thing in the way. Let me see if I do this, and now if I go to say maybe I'm going to do a copy command. You see what it does? It puts the prompts at the cursor. And now you see, and those are all, you've got the arrows can go up and down and you can type into these fields. If you draw a 2D polygon, for instance, you pick a point and now, well, this is a Carlson command and it's prompting you at the command line. So let's see if I do so I'm doing an AutoCAD draw polyline in contrast, and you see the heads up. So you give it a start point and those numbers floating there. I can type an X and a Y coordinate. So now as I move that around, you see the dimension there. I can type in a distance, let's say hit the tab key. Now that's locked to 50 feet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And if you tab between it now, if I put this down here, you see the angle?
Yeah.
So I could type that as say 45. Now that's locked at the angle I want. So 50 feet at 45 degrees. Well, now if I unlock that, which I guess, huh, I guess once it's locked, there's probably a way to unlock that. I'm not finding it apparently. Anyway, that's what's called the heads up display. Some people like it and they learn to use it so they don't really spend much time looking down at the command bar. The reason that I don't particularly use it, and that's available down here on these tools at the bottom that looks like it's called dynamic input. It's
Okay.
called UIN mode. So I don't generally run it because some of the Carlson commands don't have that interface written into them. Like even though when I was using it, I was doing a Carlson command to draw a 2D polyline. I still had to do everything at the command bar. So, and plus, like I said, I've been using AutoCAD since before it had a graphical, but almost before it had a graphical interface. It was all type commands, and they had a little sidebar of things that you could click with the mouse, like 3 little submenus. But anyway, all right. So there's the basics of that. But now, what are the toolbars that I'm using? So if you right click up here, like you said, and you have 2, maybe 3. If you've got Express Tools installed, you'll see these also available, and that's on my Express Tools menu. I don't know that it comes automatically installed. If you don't have it, just type the command Express Tools, one word.
I have it already.
Yeah, you've got it up there. So that's a couple things for you now. So these are the 3 categories that you can pull toolbars from. Like if you find that you use the Express Tools standard, so that's going to pop out and give you multiple object stretch, move, copy, rotate, super hatchet, all those different kind of tools. You can grab that little guy on the edge and drag it around. If you push it up into the vertical space, it will dock up there. Drag it down, it'll float. You can push it onto the side, left or right, and it'll dock over there. Or if you want to close it off, choose that little X. So here's the ones that I have. On AutoCAD side of the world, I've got the draw, modify, multi-leader, object snap, standard annotation, and text are all out. And I'll show you.
Hold on one second. I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
yeah, just let you get that, and then I'll point out to you where they are and what I may occasionally use them for. Because you might not use like multi-leaders and text all that much, because you're not preparing plats. You're building models from drawings. A lot of my work, I'm actually preparing the drawings, the design drawings, for bidding.
So I was able to right click in that toolbar area, or
Yeah.
and get into the menu, but it's not letting me do that anymore. I don't know what I did here.
All right, so it's two different areas now. Make sure you're not in the ribbon area. You have to be in the part that's to the right of that, say that Carlson menu. The the little Carlson selector for the Carlson toolbar. You see the toolbar that has the
Yeah.
cert and the civil and all that.
Yeah, I got it here.
Make sure you're in that part. When I say the gray space, it has to be in wherever that is docked. If it's docked up at the top.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, now you can also grab it if you have any toolbars on the vertical on the side, you can grab it in the blank space there. The blank space of the ribbon won't let you do that, I don't think. I know it doesn't in the menu. So it has to be there. Now, if you do that, will that bring that up for you?
Yes. Okay.
All
So
right.
yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead and turn those on. And even if they just float around out on the screen haphazardly, I'll show you where they are and where I put mine just from my workflow.
Okay. So we're gonna go to auto. Well, yeah. Carlson. Oh, there we go. Okay. So under which menu are you under on that one? AutoCAD. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. AutoCAD. Click on draw.
Now you may notice I don't have my AutoCAD layers or layers 2 toolbars exposed.
Okay.
A lot of people like to use that, and it gives you a lot of the same functionality and some a little different from Carlson's, but I've gotten used to Carlson's tools a little bit better for me, and they've got a couple of extra tools in their toolbar, like erase by layer that AutoCAD doesn't have.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm seeing. So there's not a thing wrong. In fact, you see I've got the AutoCAD modify toolbar on, but not modify 2. So some of these might make sense for you. You may find out. So play around and see just whatever makes the most sense for you that you find yourself using commands from. And again, if you find out that you're going to the menus and digging down deep and finding a command that you use a lot of, then, you may want to, if you see if it's got an icon next to it on the command that you, from the menu that you get it from, then it's on a particular menu somewhere, and you just need to sort of guess by its functionality. Is it a polyline thing? Is it a grading thing? Is it a whatever? As to know which kind of toolbar to look for where it might be. And it's either, it will probably not be, well, I don't know about probably not, but anyway, more often than not, it will be a Carlson command instead of an AutoCAD command. So it could be in a different area. So anyway, let me know when you got those done.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll talk about that. I'm going to click off of those and we'll talk about those. So I've got the draw menu, or the draw toolbar rather, sorry. And that's the one that I've got right here.
Okay.
I've got it docked on the left vertically. And by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this too, but you can have a toolbar and they usually stretch out like this, but you can even grab the corner and pull this down. You can rearrange them into a little palette. And then, let that float if you want. So, there's different arrangements, however you might want to do that. But this is the one that I have over here for Carlson, and it's the AutoCAD draw. So there's draw line, construction line, draw polyline, a polygon. And I have this over here just for 2 pretty simple commands that I use quite often. One is rectangle, which is right here.
Yeah.
And then the hatch command, right here on this side. Okay. Now those tools are obviously also available in Carlson's toolbar. In fact, they have one called a hatch wizard, but I don't generally draw, if I want to hatch something, I don't go through this little wizard and stuff. Although, I may take another look at it at some point and see if it's going to help things out. But I do my hatching pretty quick and easy. So there's just a couple of things that I use this for mostly that I want to keep it out there and handy. All right, so that was the draw menu. And the next one was modify. And that is this one over here on the far right vertically. And it only goes, I've got two over there vertically. I've got modify and I've got transparent point and selection commands. So I've got modify, and then over here under the left, I've also got that draw, and that's where I've also got text stacked underneath it. So draw, far left, vertical, modify, and that has things like erase, move, or copy, mirror, all those standard CAD editing tools comes all the way down to explode being the bottom one on that toolbar. Okay. Now, I'm not sure what modify to does. I just ran modify to and I don't see where it went. Ah, there it is. Here it is. All right, so this one has things like drawing order, editing a hatch, editing a polyline, editing a spline. So these are all things like if you do edit polyline, that brings up this p-edit command from AutoCAD. It's got all these really arcane type options. And this is the difference in one of the major differences in AutoCAD and Carlson, or in Autodesk and Carlson. Autodesk wrote this one command called p-edit that tries to do everything possible that you can do with a polyline. And it's in one command, but man, oh man, you have to know options and sub options, and it brings up menus. For instance, remember yesterday when we did those remove polyline vertex?
Yeah.
We were going to do that using the edit command. We would bring this up, and down here at the bottom we go, well, so one of the things I want to do is I need to edit a vertex. So I click that option. That goes into a sub menu with all of these options on it. It says, well, I see insert. I don't see remove. Well, the command is actually straighten. So if I say straighten, I'll get an S for straighten. Now it goes into an even deeper menu and it says, okay, now you need to say next, previous, go, and exit. And by default, it's set to next. Well, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. I do see over here on the far right that it's marking me where my particular vertex is. So if I go next, 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 now to be able to straighten, I need to know that I need to go from there to wherever I'm going to take it out. Actually, I've started too far, so I'm gonna have to type X to exit. And now that I'm sitting there where it is, I've moved up by next because that works on two different levels. So I've next, next, next. Now I'm sitting here. Now this is where I want to start my straightening. So now I type S to straighten. So now I'm ready to start marking the ones that I want to straighten. And so at this point, I need to go where I am sitting now. And I go next, next, and I go up to get sitting on the one that I want to get rid of. So now I wanted to get rid of all of those points that I just clicked on in between there, and I have to type G for go. Okay. Now, where am I in the polyline? What vertex am I on? I don't know yet unless I go in for next. And I go, oh, I need to scoot back one. So I go P to previous. Oh, okay. And it's so stinking arcane. And then I go, okay, I'm done with that. I'll say X to exit that. And then I would type, just Now, so I X to exit the submenus, but then I hit enter to exit the top level menu. Well, that's insane. And Carlson recognized that fact, and they wrote all of these little tools. And you see there's these, and these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 commands here. There are 4 commands there. Different things that you can do with polylines. They wrote them into several different tools, such as that same tool by remove polyline segments. You simply grab this, or I'm sorry, not segment. That's not what I meant to do. Was remove polyline vertex. And you see that, and they put little markers there, and you just pick near the one that you want. And you can hop around back and forth. I have to go through all that mess. So a much simpler approach to doing those tools. But because they've written so many different commands, little individual commands, that's why they have their polyline toolbar and have a lot of these things compiled on it. Now, Autodesk did, to their credit, come up with this grip editing system where you can hover over a grip and you can stretch, meaning to move, or you can add a vertex in between. You can remove a vertex, and if you hover over the midpoint vertex, you can convert that to an arc, or once it is an arc, convert it back to a line, that sort of stuff. So you can do that, but if you're doing like all of those vertex edits, you have to hover, remove, hover, remove, hover. So that's, even that is much more convenient than using the p-edit command. It's still a pain in the tuchus, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, you'll probably come to appreciate some of these. And when I draw if I draw a polyline, I'm always using Carlson's Draw 2D Polyline because I can set the elevation here. I can put this little 90-degree auto correction on. So if I'm drawing, like house corners, and if I get close to within 90 degrees, see what's happening here is I'm going to get close. That wasn't close enough. If I'm close to that angle, see how it snapped it back into a 90. It's not quite 90, but watch what happens. See, it snaps it up. So that could be something like I'm drawing a house, and that guarantees that there are 90-degree angles in there. All right, so there's little tools like that gives me this, and I can switch the layer that it goes on without having to set the layer separately. And also, when you're running that, every Carlson command that is typically going to be asking for a point. Like when AutoCAD asks for a point, you can type a coordinate, you can click a spot on the screen, you can snap to one of the running object snaps, or you can type things like L and P for last and previous and stuff if it's a particular command that responds to those as point identifications. But Carlson also does that, but it says pick a point or point number. And that's the big difference. So if you're using Carlson coordinates in a coordinate file and you've got point numbers and they're drawn and shown in your drawing, then you can type those numbers. And so if you've got, several Carlson points in your file, like let's, just come off to the side over here, for instance, and I'm going to just draw a rectangle. Okay, now, you might have a drawing that comes in here. Maybe there's got there's building corners and such, and you're trying to stake out the building corners. In fact, let's even do that. I'm going to change this, DV, and I'll do this, and then I'm going to. Oops, I wanted to. Oh, I'm doing this backwards. Put this one. We've got a little building I'm going to stake. So if I've got points, let's see. There's a command in the survey side that lets you convert these things into points. Let you drop them on there. We could do it just by, let's say, draw locate points. I'm just going to call it BLDGCOR. Go in the corner, and I'm going to screen pick, and I'm just going to snap to those endpoints. Oh, we went to this again. So it's supposed to open me for a coordinate file. This is well, I completely restarted my whole Windows system last night. If we go back into this again, this is going to be nuts. I'll have to switch to IntelliCAD, I think. So we'll just call this a new coordinate file. All right, so that might be an elevation of 101.5. And that's just going to be a BLDGCOR. So there's one point, and then maybe I picked a point here. We'll just keep the same. All right, so now I've got these. My drawings. I've got some maybe my lot corner. So if we had, something like that, and the surveys came in and gave us these point numbers, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm doing a Carlson polyline instead of an auto, if I do this, if I draw a polyline with AutoCAD, notice this says specify the start point. Well, if I wanted to draw that boundary and it went from 7 to 8 to 9 to 10, I would have to come down here and point to make sure I snap right into that. Then there's several snap modes. There's this one that's called node, and it's going to try to grab the actual AutoCAD point entity that's part of this. Okay. So I could go to that. And then I have to set all my snappings on. Now I do have a special snap going called point snap. That's a Carlson snap. So I'm just even pointing out to the description and it's finding that point. And then I can type C to close. Okay, so that's great. That's the but if I had say, 37 different points because I've done a pipeline survey, and those are all my gas line markers. And I'd have to go, point to 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 point. But what I could do, alternately, if I'm using a Carlson thing, is draw a polyline, and I'm going to go from says pick a point or a point number. Well, I could just say 7-10. So it goes to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10. And then back to 7, or C to close. Or I can repeat this, and I'm going to just say, 1 through 6, comma 1. And then let's go out here and say click, click, click. And then we're going to say 10, then 8, and then click, click. Okay, so any of those ways. Now, it doesn't matter if I draw this with an AutoCAD command or a Carlson command. At the end of the day, it's still just a polyline. But Carlson's difference is that it allowed us to use point numbers. Even, and I could have said 1, enter 2, enter 3, enter. I could say 1-3. And it also understands backwards. I can say 4-1, and it goes 4, 3, 2, 1. So, and like I said, in the final analysis, it's still, a grip editable polyline, just like drawing it in any other fashion. Okay. So I guess the upstart of what I'm getting at with that is that there are a lot of Carlson tools like draw polyline, 2D polyline, 3D polyline, that I could do, and there's draw line, draw 3D line. And it does, if I'm more comfortable drawing them with the AutoCAD command, there's no problem in doing that. It's just, I would urge you, as you're going through these, to learn some of these Carlson variations. You might find a little more functionality depending on what you're doing. So, I can get that out. That's why I keep these two out here, because one, the rectangle command is so handy now.
Yeah, I use that all, like if I'm having to draw in, catch basins or something that's,
Sure.
that,
And you see on the draw menu, right there it is as well, but there's no icon. So it's telling me that Carlson doesn't have it on one of their toolbars.
yeah.
Turns out AutoCAD does, so I have it there. I can recognize it, just go and grab it. That's really, that one, and the hatch is about the only thing that I use of those tools. So occasionally I'll do some circle tools, but there are draw a circle, and then the draw arc tools are tremendous in Carlson. And there's even a calculator that pops up that you can use. All right, that's buried down in under the draw menu. So a lot of stuff to explore and find out. But back to the menu options that we were talking about. That was the draw menu, and the modify are those basic modify tools over here on the far right, like move, copy, mirror, offset. I use them quite a lot. The modify 2 are things like editing a hatch, editing a polyline, all these different things that are draw order. Over here's another delete duplicates. I don't do that much at all. Data extraction. So there's a lot of things, these edit functions that are, all right, you can do those, but you can get to those commands just by double clicking those types of items. If I wanted to edit a polyline, I can just double click a polyline, and it comes down here and runs the p-edit command. All right, so that's one reason I don't really find this toolbar very useful.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, now there's the other thing to be aware of with the polyline command is if you've done something like this, switch to a different Yeah. All right, so I've just drawn a polyline here. And if I need to turn that into or make that into a road center line, all I've done is I've created, maybe I've taken this from a PDF file and I've got the starting point and I just grabbed the PIs. Okay, and I haven't put the curves in yet. If I go to my center line menu and say polyline to center line file, just going around now, it's going to ask for a file. I have no idea why this is doing this.
I'm just glad I'm not the only one, because I come across this all the time.
Really? Wow. Okay.
I thought they from what I was told was for me on my end was my computer. It's my computer's not.
Oh, it's an AutoCAD setting. There's something happened that kicked it off out of an air condition yesterday, and now it's doing that again. I'll have to find out what it is. We don't have time class to track it down. But anyway, so if I choose this as that, and it tells me that okay, it should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. And if you find out that it wasn't, this is the direction it's going in, then you have the option to reverse it and all that. I'm just going to say, there it is, starting with station 00 and hit enter, and it's done. Okay. So now that is still just, I look over here in my properties and I see that it is still just a polyline. There's nothing special about it. But now the difference in this polyline, remember I double clicked that and it brought up the P edit command.
Yeah.
This one, see, it's still a polyline. If I double click that one, it brings up Carlson's alignment editor. And so now I'm here in this place that I can say, here's the incoming tangent, the outgoing tangent. I can go to this incoming tangent and say fit curve. And, I don't have any idea what size might be appropriate here. So there's a 65-foot curve that's going to go right in here. And, you can go down here. Let's put another fit curve. Let me get this up out of the way. This a footer, or you can even look at horizontal speed tables and have it, find out what's the minimum curve that you need for that. But let's just make that a 50-footer for now. And oops, that's a little too big. Take that back to, make it say 35. I think I just needed to make this a little longer. And they will fit a curve in there. I'd say 30 feet. Uh-oh. I don't know, infinite radius, infinite something here. Let's see. Well, let's do this a little easier. I'll just fit a curve. Let's say 65 curve. There's that one. We come down to this line. We're going to fit a curve. Let's call it 25-footer. Ooh, 25 feet. It's too bad. What is going on? Uh, uh, oh, there's something seriously messed up with this. If I fit a curve of 65, make sure I've got roadway type. Okay, so that goes to there. Here I'm going to do another fit curve of 15. I'll see that finally works there. Oops. Then we fit a curve of say 15 into that one. All right, anyway, you can see that's where I started. This brought this up. Our linking is turned on, if you remember from our settings yesterday. And when I say save and exit, see how it redraws that. And if I happen to just do a graphic edit, of the polyline and then double click it, you see it's actually changed the centerline file definition. All right, so that those are some examples of, I don't need that modify toolbar because I've got double click editing to bring up the AutoCAD entity, but also if I do anything else that has Carlsonified, if you will, or Carlsonized, whatever term you might want to use, any particular thing. Again, it's just a polyline, but I turned it into a center line. So now I can double click it and it brings up that center line editor. Same thing I can do with profiles. If I've got drawn profiles, double click it and it goes into the mathematical part of the editor, which, you're, like I said, you're not going to have to come up with doing those designs, but you are going to often need to come up with creating the profile from the drawing. And if you just pull it from a drawing, it's just a segmented polyline. You need to be able to put in the actual equation parts or the definition parts that make up those elements. Okay. All right. So anyway, back on the toolbar discussion. So that was the draw and then modify on the right. Again, the basic manipulations for those element modifications. Multi-leader is the ones that I've got over here at the bottom right here. And it lets you set styles, and I've only got the one style. You can make a do all these collects, and these multi-leaders, if you're not familiar with them, they're like call outs, like you see in the little sketch there, the numbers and the arrows, and they can be numbers and circles, or they can be pieces of text that just have an arrow that point to something, and it acts with one entity. So I do that quite a lot with my engineering drawings. I have to do labeling and calling out, so I use that quite a bit.
Yeah.
If I were doing the type of stuff that you're doing, I wouldn't necessarily use that one much.
Yeah, I don't need any of that, or probably
same thing with text is this one here, and it lets you do the same thing with the various text, multi-line text, and setting styles and all kinds of stuff. So that's just sort of tucked over there for utility. Now, the other ones below that is object snap, and that's this one right here that shows me like in temporary tracking, snap from to endpoint, midpoint, all of those typical snaps. Now, I I have it up here, not because I ever use these, but a lot of my students might have those there and they'll wonder if they can go back to get them. And the reason I don't have them there is because I've learned years ago the keyboard shortcut to pop up that same thing. So if I'm drawing, say, let me come down here and set my, we'll turn the center off and midpoint off. Okay, so I just got endpoint an extension. So I may have had this little guy here. So if I wanted to draw a polyline, let's go to so if I needed to draw from here to say a point here, and if I needed to come back to the midpoint of that line, right now the only thing that's showing when I hover over it is the endpoint because that's what my object snap is. But if I needed the midpoint, if I've got this toolbar, I can just go up here and grab it there and snap to the midpoint. And now just temporarily for that one time only, it turned that on. But I can also do that by, instead of grabbing it there, I just learned to hold the shift key and right click the mouse. And that pops up right there. And I can, at this point, grab it as midpoint and then point to it. So that does the very same thing. I put it up there just for a lot of people like to, in class, they like to see it that way. There's another good one, by the way. Called Geometric Center.
Oh yeah.
If you know that one. So that's that will go to the centroid of a shape. So that's something that's new-ish in AutoCAD, probably since 2004 or maybe 2010 version. I say newish, that's probably before some of my students were born. But anyway, and IntelliCAD always has had that, and they just call it center. There's no, I'm sorry, not IntelliCAD, that's MicroStation. And if you say center as a center snap in AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, that it has to be the center of an arc or a circle. Whereas in MicroStation, center means that it's the centroid of the shape, whether it's a circle, a rectangle, a star, doesn't matter. So that's there, and why I have it there is just basically for other people to skip. Now, standard annotation is, what's my text? Annotation. No, let's see. Well, I don't know why it's called annotation, but that's just the standard new, open, save, print, preview, publish, blah, blah, blah. One of the things that I use quite a lot out of that particular toolbar is this match properties. And the match properties tool, I use it so much that I actually have added it up here into my quick access toolbar, which is this.
Yeah, I like that one. I don't know why. I always just do the MA.
For match.
Yeah, and then it picks it up or whatever.
Yeah,
like
that's absolutely fine. But you can turn it on from there as well up here in this toolbar, and it's there. That's whatever works for you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and there you can also reposition that quick access bar to be below the ribbon, if you're using the ribbon, that's where you can turn the menu bar off. In which case, then you're left with just toolbars and ribbons. If you wanted to do that, you could. You had to rerun a command called menu bar. All right. So anyway, it's all just a matter of your preferences. And then finally, text. We saw that and talked about it. Just this little palette over here. Now, here's the ones where I get most of my work done. And these are the Carlson ones. And let me drag this up out of the way. And I think, and there's still some below. Nope. Okay. Apparently everything is visible on one shot. So under Carlson, I have these out here. Now, one that you might not need is Carlson menus. If the only module you have is civil,
Yeah.
you need to worry about switching there. What if you ever did, let's say you bought another module, like maybe the what's it called? CADNet that lets you do a lot of stuff with PDFs. That may be something you want to consider, and I'll show you a couple things about it, although you can get by without it, obviously. But it's, it's relatively low cost. It's, I don't know, $1,500 or something, but it may give you some functionality that you find you really need. But so that makes it convenient to switch between those modules, or you can just pull down the settings menu and choose from it that way. Anyway, that's that one. The Draw Carlson toolbar, again, vertically on the left. And that's where, again, the reason I have that there more than anything else is to use things like draw, the shrink wrap is there. Looks like a little birthday present. And I've got the draw 2D polyline and draw 3D polyline. In fact, almost everything I do, by the way, after years of using this, when I draw things that are linear, they're always polylines. I never ever draw lines. You certainly can. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think in terms of polylines now, because a lot of Carlson commands require the geometry to be a polyline. So even if it's just, line work that connects 2 points, just a very simple single segment, I'll still create it as a polyline.
Yeah.
There's no requirement for that. In fact, I've got plenty of people that do all of this stuff with lines only. But anyway, that's my Carlson draw commands, and it has those easy access to those particular type functions. There's a lot of these labeling, and see, there's that, if you can see where my mouse is circling here, that little circle and an arrow, that's that same thing. You see it down here. And this is the AutoCAD multi-leader toolbar. So I've got access to that, at least as far as that one command. So these are all of the Carlson labeling and annotation type of things, and they're okay. Some of them are more sort of almost amateurish, in my opinion. They, like, you can do these giant cartoony looking arrows that, okay, somebody figured out how to make a giant arrow and stand on the map, and it just looks to me a little bit amateurish. But it's there. And there's another couple of things down here below this pencil and this little stack of discs with a plus on it. Those are, they allow you to create entities from from basically a library of pre-built styles and stuff. Something I never ever used, but it's on there as part of the toolbar. Might be worth investigating even when you get a little more time. Well, no, not really for what you're doing. If you were making the drawings, maybe, but you're models. So anyway, you get the idea. And then let's see, where was I here? That was the Carlson menus, the draw command. Now, there's two here, the next two, elevate and grading, and they're slightly different. And there's also a surface one. I'm going to show you what these are. So this one is the first one that I've got here on the left is my grading. And then immediately to the left of that, I had this one called elevate. Okay. And now the commands here, the elevate commands, is convert a spot elevation to a point, 3D entity by surface model. Okay, so remember 2D to 3D by surface. And there you set a point based on reading a surface. Set a point by reading nearby 3D polylines. Add a polyline, interior text, draw templates. Curve, that's this draw curb ramp is a pretty nice little tool if you're doing like sidewalk modeling, sidewalk design, but not much to deal with. Now these are, whereas this one is a 3D entity by a surface model that sets the elevation of points and lines, etc., based on where they live on a surface model. That's not exactly the same command as these, as a 2D to 3D by surface model. It's close. 2D to 3D by surface model. Oh, Lord. It stopped to ask me the file name again. I'll try not to run a command that's going to require a file name. And then I'm going to have to switch platforms here just so we don't hold you up any further with this. Seems I have to click over out on the other monitor and then click back into this space here, and then finally to get around to asking me here in a second. All right, so anyway, there's these are all of those 2D to 3D commands, and it's on this toolbar called Elevate, and it's in Civil, it's on the 3D data menu, 2D to 3D. So you see all of those right there. Okay. And there's the 3D entity by surface model, which is that same, all on that same tool. So that's on that toolbar called Elevate. Now, Elevate is part of, remember I told you about this the takeoff type system that is layer based. Takeoff has they have a menu even that says elevate. It's basically this equivalent instead of using 3D data. So there's no real rhyme or reason, but they're out here on this particular one. So these are a lot of tools that you're going to use to turn 2Ds into 3Ds and to assign contour elevations. Now, the grading commands, even though grading has to do with elevation, you've got things where you can list and you can change elevations. You can set a polyline to an elevation, which is also the very same command as setting a contour to a particular elevation, but they have extra functionalities in them. Label pads, so you can label elevations, and then you can say do some earthwork comps as part of that as well. So these are tools that might be more involved with a typical grading type of operation, whereas the elevation commands are things to modify the drawings. Okay. So let's see, if you, let me see, Carlson, so we're down to elevate and grading. Um, you know what, I'm gonna need to take a real quick break and
Works for me. Perfect.
if it suits you time wise.
Yeah.
My wife's getting ready to leave. She works from home today and I've got to go give her something to take with her. She's going down to a funeral at a friend, a friend's
Yeah,
wife.
no worries. Let's let's take a
So,
break.
so let's take a 10-minute pause if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure.
I will. I'm going to stay in this AutoCAD version long enough to get through this little quick discussion on the toolbars, and I'm going to need to switch. It's just causing too much delay.
No worries.
Yeah, so we were looking at the toolbar, see the grade, elevate and grading, and those are the commands that you would find on the like 3D data menu, and then some of the grading as well for let's see, what were those? Those are the commands here, one of which is change elevations. And then you get special to things like building envelopes, polyline elevation editor, that's also on this menu. So between those two, there's a lot of good functionality there. And to be honest, I probably should be using those toolbars more than I do. I tend to go back to here just because I I read the words a little better than I do the pictures on those particular ones. But anyway, that's what they are. Now the and I guess then the grading also has some of the computation things from the surface menu, like the volumes by different methodologies here. They're included there as well. All right, so beyond the grading, then I've got inquiry and layers, both marked as Carlson. Inquiry being this one here, the far right top, that has like a standard distance measurements and a drawing inspector. The layer inspector, layer ID, point ID, some various things, and a calculator, a little pop-up calculator that lets you go through different things here and actually copy and paste between those into commands if you're waiting for numbers from a command. And I keep this here mostly because of just one command, and that's that distance command. But all of those are, again, available here. There's your standard distance. There's your drawing inspector that we saw a little bit yesterday with that little pop-up that lets you visualize. As you hover the mouse, it will read instantaneous elevation, read layers, read point information, file or source file origins, those kind of things. The layers Carlson tool, so I'll pull this one out and show you what else on it. Now that goes right up there. The AutoCAD layers and AutoCAD layers 2 has some of this similar type functionality, but here's the difference and where they are. An AutoCAD layer, this layer properties manager, is what brings up this layers palette that you're typical used to seeing. And you've got this pull down to turn a layer off, to freeze or thaw in a current viewport, lock. You're probably familiar with those.
Yeah.
And you've got this make objects layer current. You've got a previous, and you've got a layer states manager, which I'm curious as to why they've got that there when it's also available right inside of here. You've got that layer states manager as part of that. But anyway, that's regardless of where they put that. So a lot of people like using this here. That's fine. I've never been one to really pull down and control my layers from this, even from the early days of AutoCAD. I've always done it from here. And that's just a particular quirk of mine. Then this layers 2 has a layers match, change to the current layer, select an object and put it on the current layer. Then it's got this layer isolate and unisolate, copy objects to a new layer. There's this thing called layer walk, which is kind of interesting. Where there's an equivalent layer inspector on the inquiry menu from Carlson. And these are various things to turn them on, off, and thaw and freeze by picking them. So that's sort of a combined functionality in the AutoCAD side of the equation. In Carlson's layer manager toolbar, you don't have this, layer properties manager and this pull down set, but you have a lot of these other tools like isolate layers, restore, freeze by pick, freeze by picking a bunch of representatives, and then when you're done, hit enter. Thaw, I'll turn on and thaw, but this is one here I use quite a lot called erase by layer. And that, very, very handy tool.
Yeah, I like that. I've never seen that one before until you showed me, and I like that.
And so, but you see some of these things like set current layer, and they're included over here in Autodesk equivalent. Turn off by pick, etc. And then you've got these two little things, this hide and show by selection. That's called your layer isolation. When you're running this in AutoCAD mode, and this is just a standard AutoCAD tool, like if you wanted to look at just those things, then you can pre-select them and you right click and choose isolate and say isolate those objects. And so even though there's other objects on the same layer, it just isolates those things that you selected. Okay. And then when you're done, you would go to right click, isolate, and object isolation. That's also available down on the bottom toolbar down here at the far lower right here, this little object looking thing, isolate and hide, and also object. And that's what these little lights are: isolates and hide and isolate and go on. So there's, isolate the entire layer, or you can isolate particular objects, individual selected objects. So that's why I like them, and I don't really need to do them in AutoCAD mode because AutoCAD has that right click isolate functionality. IntelliCAD doesn't have that built into their right click menu. So that's another reason I like the AutoCAD, or I'm sorry, I like the Carlson layers menu. Now, where all of those tools are mostly from the view menu, and you can see them right down here. And they also include layer control, although it's not on Carlson's toolbar because it's on AutoCAD's toolbar. In the IntelliCAD version, it is on this toolbar because that's actually the IntelliCAD Explorer, and it does a lot more than just layer control. It does XREFs and text styles and dimensioning and block inserts and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, that's where most of that comes from, but there's also this edit, erase by layer, which lets you, type a list of layer names, select them from the screen, select layers by name, which lets you pick them from a list. And then you can either take everything on those layers, or you can uncheck it and say only get the text and the hatches, for instance. Just select what you might want, and then that list stays active until you clear it. So if you keep, like we were doing with the triangulate and contour yesterday, I kept needing to clear out the contours, and all I had to do was rerun that command, and it kept those layers listed in here. And I didn't have to go and select them or anything. I just run the command, hit OK, and it just kept doing it until I was happy with it. All right. So that's the difference in those two. So I'm going to put my Carlson back and I'm going to close these off. So, and certainly don't be bashful about using AutoCAD's layer toolbar. It's fine. It's just, I don't particularly use it. Now, two more that I use quite heavily is polylines and surface. And polylines is this guy right here, and it's got a number of different tools on it. There's one here called extend by distance.
Yeah, I use that a lot.
Okay. And then here also is, now there's this thing called boundary polyline, which is not to be confused with like when you do a shrink wrap polylines and you're putting a boundary around things. A boundary polyline puts boundaries from the inside out.
Oh, okay.
All right. So in fact, let me illustrate that point, because there's something that's really good about shrink wrapping besides just building the boundary for a surface. Come off to the side, you're into blank space, and let's draw a couple of things. All right, so just a couple of closed shapes, some lines. So now here's to illustrate a point. If we say shrink wrap boundary, you know what that's typically done. I'm going to say go across gaps. I'll make it a 2D and I'll just say, okay, I forgot what I set the reduction to be. There it is. So it allowed it to go across the gaps, and we gave it no reduction. If we do, we give it very little, so low, let's say a high reduction, and we do that same thing, then of course you're going to see it jump in when it can. And one thing I do need to do here first is convert this circle into a polygon. Okay, now, so if I there we go. Yeah, see, it goes and wraps around it, goes all the way up here, gets that other corner, comes back around. That was my high reduction. You saw the low reduction that sort of made the minimum envelope. So that's sort of what we would think of by the term boundary polyline. But when you run the actual command boundary polyline, and that's on here, that is going to be as if you were hatching this. So you can do it by either picking inside or do all areas or what have you. So if I just pick inside and I do that, you see what it does is it goes through here and finds all of the enclosed space and creates that as a polyline. Okay, so a little distinction between that and the shrink wrap. Even though it does say boundary, it means it's from the inside out. I always think of it as if I'm standing in a room. These are all walls and a floor plan. I'm standing in that room and I'm get turned loose with a paint air gun, so I can spray all the walls. So that's possible from that.
Yeah,
Now,
that's a neat command right there.
yeah, yeah. And let's see, one other thing I did want to show you here was yeah, another thing to with shrink wrapping entities that is useful for more than just putting a boundary for your surfaces is
Mhm.
shrink wrap entities, and instead of going across gaps, let's say you said bounded line work only. And suppose these were, I don't know, maybe, phase one, phase two boundaries or areas of repair. Like I'm going to pave here, and build, something here. And I needed to find out what that total coverage was because I've got interior overlap and such. So if I do that and say, I'm going to do all of the closed boundaries here, see what it did, and it followed that edge. It did everywhere that it had a,
Closed into.
everywhere it runs into a wall and can't go any further, it starts to go around. So the circle, we didn't double count this and double count this. So if I were to, that equivalent shape, if I now go over here and look at its area,
Yeah.
see, I can now figure out how much material I'm going to buy. So, maybe this represents, I'm going to put grass in this area for phase one, but then I'm going to put grass over here for phase two, but I don't need to put grass in this little area here because it's already got grass in it, so this is all the total grass seed I need to buy. So, there's anything that you might need a boundary for as that shrink wrap. It's so much more than just as you build a surface. So, a
Yeah,
lot,
it's neat.
a lot of times you'll use it to compile um,
Now,
areas.
is that what you do for boundaries? I mean, for quantities and takeoff and stuff too. It seems like it make that easy.
Yeah, you can. In fact, in takeoff, you've got this thing here where you've got these boundaries where you can set a boundary. Now you have to already draw the polyline, and then you set the boundary, and then you set exclusions, clear any exclusions, and then you can put areas of interest.
Yeah.
And you've got subgrade areas and topsoil removal. These are all polyline based, and you have to draw those polylines first. And so it doesn't matter how you do it. You can click, 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 or you can shrink wrap if that makes sense, if you've got some things already defined.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it's a great tool to prep some of this data and for that. And you do the same thing, inclusion and exclusion polylines. You can, let's say, now we happen to have on here a particular layer called V building outline. Those would be used for exclusion areas, but suppose they were not closed polylines. Maybe they were just drawn line work and you didn't want to have to go through and close all the polylines. You could simply say, isolate that layer, or isolate, if I isolate this layer, then if these were all exploded things and I didn't want to join them all up together to do it, I could simply do a shrink wrap, choose bounded line work, and just grab these individually and window them individually, and it would create a completely closed polyline all the way around it, leaving the originals intact. Okay. Restore that now. The rest of these tools are things like join nearest, which is, again, AutoCAD has a similar function, but Carlson's has, you can set the actual gap allowance. You
Yeah.
can allow these deflections and angles, and you've got these different connection methods. You can average the endpoints together, directly connect, or you can fill it with a radius of 0, which basically that means extend to the intersection. So if you've got, let's say one like this, and then you had another like this. When you run that command, if you average together, it's going to take this endpoint and bring it to the middle, and this endpoint and bring it to the middle. As long as your gap is bigger than, this number is bigger than a gap. So I'm going to say this, I'll take that, and it's going to put a single point right in the middle. Okay. The other options, if you do a directly connect,
does it keep them on the same? Does it move? Did it move the lines, or did it just basically extend each lines till they connect?
no, in that first option, yeah, keep an eye on it, because see right there is where that point is.
Yeah.
So in that first option, which is to average the endpoints together, means take this endpoint, go to the midpoint between them. In fact, let me make this so it's not quite so. Let's make it like that. So it's not horizontal. So if I average between them, it's going to go to the midpoint of that gap, and it's going to set that as the point, and it's going to take this endpoint and put it there. It's going to take this endpoint and put it there. So when I do it with that first method.
Yeah, I got you.
And now when you look at it, there's still just 2 points. It didn't add into it and keep the other one. It did that. Now, the other one was to directly connect, which does exactly that, is it adds a segment across the gap.
Yeah.
So, but it still connects it all up. And then finally, if I do this, fill it with radius 0, that means it's going to extend the 2 lines to where they would meet if they intersected, and trim off the edges.
That's what I'm looking for.
Right there. Okay. So
yeah,
that keeps the angle of each of those lines exactly what that same angle was, and it just trims off the intersection. Okay. The first option changes the angle, and it just puts intersecting point. It finds the average of where the other 2 points missed. Okay.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Use that one a lot rather than extending and then trimming and
Oh
extending.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, yes. Okay, I gotta extend it 3 feet, or I gotta extend it 4 feet, and then just extend the other one and then trim, and yeah.
Well, let me show you another option here. Let's see, with that same tool that let's say I've got something like so. Maybe I'm going to make a road out of it. In fact, let's do a couple of. I always do that. There it is. So if I do this, I'm going to give a radius of, say, that, and I'm going to say P. There, P. All right, so I've got something like this, and let's say I've offset that 24 feet. All right, so I'm going to build a road, for instance. So there's a couple of things that you might could do. So if I needed to find out what this would be if I needed to compute the area, figure how much pavement I've got, I could do a couple things. I could draw, I could go endpoint to endpoint, draw endpoint to endpoint, join nearest, put them all together, or I could just simply draw, or sorry, simply join nearest, make sure I hit my pick button to allow my gap to be bigger than that. Or since I knew it was 24 feet, I could have done it. And with that,
Yeah.
and so this, I want to directly connect those endpoints.
Yeah, I do this. I do this one a lot. too.
Yeah. So
Like,
that's now that's a single closed figure.
Yep.
Now you can also do that same thing with if you did these averages, and you're going to get the old ninja star, right? So, different options. And there's a particular, yeah, so that was extend. Fill it with the radius 0. And now that really should not have worked if I said that, because that was try to intersect this to this, and I don't know what it's thinking, but it's reverting to that similar functionality of the first one. So as if I had averaged together. But in any case, that is a very useful tool. I do it all the time. It's available on the edit menu, join nearest.
Yep.
It's there. All of these others where you can reduce the count, the vertex count, you can densify, you can smooth polylines, close, they're just, and here's another I use quite a lot of is this reverse polyline.
Yeah.
So a very handy and useful toolbar. That's what I use quite a lot of. Now, the last one is this transparent point or selection commands, and that's this guy here. That's vertically under the modify, and it lets you, when you're asking to find particular points, see, this will select the 2D coordinate by a point number from the current coordinate file. So you could click that, and when it's asking for points, you could click that and type in point numbers. You could even do that. Let's say remember my point numbers where I did those.
Yeah, you're building.
The buildings, yeah. So if I want to just do a standard AutoCAD command, and now if I wanted to go to say point number 7, so if I go over here and click, let's get the XY. Come on. See up here, it says coordinate file none, because I actually exited and came back in. So I've got to go and open it again. So, well, anyway, they're just things that let you pick from there, and you can see the other options. And one of them has like a station and offset, which shows that circle and the point that's offset from the circle. So it computes it based on a alignment reference. And there's one you see that looks like a little trapezoid with a dot in the middle. Finally. All right, what did I get that? So now I'm going to go to say number 7, and next point. So if I go to 10, no, it's telling me a 2D. Oh, I guess it could have been a 2D point. So standard, done. Now let's go to Oh Lord, it's going through this again. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, you can see there, but that icon that shows the little, it's not a trapezoid, but um 6, 7. There it is. There's 7. So that lets you know I was doing a 2D polygon, so it needed me to grab the 2D point. So even though the point is 3D, it pulled out the 2D part of it. All right. So now without causing that to stop and ask us for stuff over again, I'm gonna quit doing the command. But those are just little things. But this guy right here, the centroid, that's what they did before the CAD system had geometric center. So Carlson was on the job, had those kind of tools done way before. And here's things like bearing intersection, bearing distance intersection. So it's ways to allow you to calculate points sort of on the fly in the middle of a command. There's a filter command where if you do that, you can say, select everything by, let's say, by layer and then by style. And if you do that, then you would set the layer and the style that you're looking for. And it would select everything in the drawing that meet those characteristics. Not so useful anymore because you now have this quick select. If you right click and quick select, so you can now choose a type and you can choose by layer, different things. Let's say layer, you can say equals or it's not equals or selects all. You can pick things. So, you've got some other selection filtration tools that are probably superseding those functionalities now. But that's essentially my toolbar stuff.
Now, so I have like a ribbon above my toolbars, like a white space, I guess, between like the top of my toolbar icons and my, like where yours says your grading tab, your project tabs.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, like how do I get rid of that white space? Like it's where my well,
I'll tell you what, hang on. I'm going to stop share. Do you know how to share your screen?
yeah.
Go ahead and share it with me. Let me look at it.
Space up here.
There we go. Well, that looks like it's your ribbons. No, I see. Yeah. Your ribbons should be down to the top of the tab. So
These
yeah,
up here.
so yeah, I think all you need to do is take one of those top, like that top most toolbar and see, will it slide up? Can you push it up to be underneath there? No. Oh yeah, okay. So now, so drag those up. I wasn't seeing the ghosting of it, but it's going. Okay. And you should be able to just sort of slam it into the edge and it should lock. But if you do that and then get you see what's going on is you've got so many across that bottom row. So you may need to stack a few across instead of. Is your double click the title bar of your AutoCAD window itself, because it looks like it's not maximized to your screen. The actual way up right there, double click Well, maybe it is. Okay, that's already there. No, not that one, but the actual application window. All right, so now take your we should be able to at this point, let me see. Let me do this. Let me request remote control. All right. Now, I think if you were to uh, this is weird. I'm not seeing any of the rubber banding.
Yeah, it's not like snapping to.
See, like this. Huh. All right, so what do we have here? If we oh, there's something a little odd going on with that. We bring all of these things up here. See, I don't see any of the. See, I should see that as a outline palette drag across, and I'm not. I don't see any of that. I see the results of it, but I don't see any of the
Hmm.
palette now. My layers. I don't want to do that out of this. Let's just bring you up here. Yeah, this I'm going to see. I wonder if let's see. Now, when I close the ribbon,
Yeah, I think the dock goes on the top.
let's just go back. this. I can float it. Wanted to dock. All right, so it's going to auto hide. It's there. Now these are here. Let's see if I can't. Really kind of odd, Justin.
Yeah, it's like they weren't. They've always kind of like snapped. Like if you got them close to a snap to.
Yeah, they should be. And they should do that. I wonder if it has anything to do with it being run under, while Zoom is going at the same time, because Zoom does stuff to your windows.
Yeah.
I don't, your operating system windows, I mean to the actual displayed window.
Yeah.
There should be. In size ribbons to standard sizes, show tooltips, file tabs, layout and model tabs, display printer area. That's in your page layouts. That's that. Well, it should have been in here if it was going to be anywhere. I don't think. Huh. What's going on? Let's see. That has actually gone away from having any functionality there. Let's see. Well, I don't know. Oops. Well, it's gone completely away. Sit this back here. Now look at that. Even the graphics screen is just not reachable. It could be something. Let's see here. Doubt it necessarily. Let me turn this off. And let me say okay, I lost your screen entirely.
The book one.
Oh, you shared the application. Go back and share your screen again. There we go. And now let's see here. I don't know if I have to request remote control again. Oops. Well, I was sort of hoping it would.
There we go.
There,
Something.
that's back. And if I set your ribbon, you had it minimized to what? To
Tabs.
tabs. Still not getting it. Let me put you on hold. I've got to take this call before it gets overturning.
Okay.
All right, hang on. Okay, Justin, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. That was the attorney on my mom's estate. I'm right in the middle of
Oh
getting ready.
yeah, no worries, no worries.
She
I think
just,
I got it. I think I got them snapped in there.
yeah, I saw you working on that, so that should be good. Looks like looks like they got that big spot out of the way. So, I don't know what to tell you as to what causes that, but
Yeah, who knows?
yeah, so
Let me stop sharing there.
yeah, and yep, and I'll go back to my share here. Oh, wow. Okay, so go. All righty then. Let's make sure, you know what all right, so you're gonna have a gap in the video there of watching you drag toolbars and no talking. So if you get to watching that on playback, just skip ahead. All right, so I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna switch to the IntelliCAD version. Uh,
Yeah.
just because um, I don't have those file open issues, and I'll try one of these uh, commands we've been doing just to make sure. I did want to try to match your version, but I think between that and Zoom, there's something going on that's causing that. So, all right now. In case it was the actual file itself. Um, so one of the things that we were doing was the 2D by surface file. That's a screen by points. My surface model. Put that command and look at that. It's doing the very same thing. Well, so that's not an advantage if that's going to still do that. And if I do a view surface, well, that comes up pretty quickly. That ditch merged. Took these, got it up. And if I go to this and load, yeah, so it's trying to load that surface file. So that should immediately come up and ask for the file. I have to go over here, click back, and it goes into that. It finally comes up with that. Okay, so that's apparently not a CAD issue. That is a Windows and Zoom issue that I've got going on here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a complete shutdown on the Windows system and restart it and see if I can get that to go away. In which case I'll be able to stay with the AutoCAD version. So let's see. It's showing that it's still running. What's going on? Desktop 2, desktop 1. It's not. almost like it's running two different. Put down. Put down. So if I quit both, it does. Parallels. We're still back to that. Then over our lunch break, I've completely shut everything down and restarting that should get us back. But all right, so now I'm hopeful. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a boot process here, so bear with me on that. But yeah, that was that phone call coming in. I've got to go Thursday down to the law office, and they're going to swear me in as executor of the estate. Because right now we've got, and my mother has some investment accounts that we've got to basically consolidate over into the account to clear out, her remaining bills and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
that was something I wanted to make sure I didn't have to return call on for that. So apologize for the interruption, but
Yeah.
get that set up. I'm glad it's set for Thursday because I'm going to be teaching out of town Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I had a call. When was it? I guess Wednesday last week before our class started. I had a call from the government of the Cayman Islands, and they have a Ministry of Land Records, where they do all of their anything to do with property ownership, boundary type survey type things. They run through that particular office, and they have private surveyors, private party surveyors, but they're really just for like construction surveys and such like that. Any kind of boundary work goes through that government office. And they have Carlson. They wanted some training, and I tried to convince him that it would be really best if we did in-person training. I'd be glad to come down there and train them.
Get that going.
I actually did several years back before Zoom was a thing and before the pandemic shut everything down. I was asked to come down and train this similar type thing in the Bahamas. They have a government ministry that does all of that. So that was a nice little getaway trip, and it was funny because we were doing a lot of the field work, the survey on the field work with the data collectors and all of that. And so they had people from a lot of the different Caribbean islands besides just the Bahamas. They all came in for this training, and we're out in the field, and they're all standing around, they'll take notes. And so I'm out on the receiver end. I had the reflector in my hand, and so we're trying to teach them how to do this. If they're running the data collector from the instrument, and then once they get a point from where I am, then they need to put a code in. So I would tell them we're within speaking distance. We weren't that far away, and so I had a young lady that really quite good, and she caught on really quickly and well, and we're she's out on the field end with me, and the rest of the guys were standing back at the instrument. And so everything's clicking along, going around. I'd tell them, okay, put this code in. They would do all that, and then it got to be, the class was scheduled to go to like 4:30, and it got to be like 3:45. And they're up there at the instrument. They're just sort of standing around lollygagging. I'm trying to do something. They're just basically ignoring me and, having a smoke and chatting with each other. And the young lady out there with me, she goes, "See, what you don't understand is that you're now on island time." I said, "What do you mean?" Well, come the end of the day, this close to the end of work time, they're basically done. It says it doesn't because it'll be here tomorrow, And so that's not a bad philosophy, actually. So
Yeah.
anyway, but the guy at the Caymans, he decided that they'll like to try this remotely, and that'll save a little bit of effort, and that's all fine. I was teasing him, but there we go. Now, let's see if we have this same issue. So I'm back in AutoCAD, and if I go to trying to put this 2D by surface model, put that, and we're still going to go through that. Okay. All right. Well, sure don't know what's causing that. It's the first time I've run into this. Seems to be worse on the AutoCAD side, not probably. All right, so if we do yeah, let me see. We'll break for lunch here in a bit, and I'll just restart everything, see if I can clear the decks that way and get it to come back. Now, I'll actually shut down the session and restart it at that point. So
Yeah.
maybe something going on with this. So I apologize for that. All right, so we've talked about that business. Let's see, let's escape that connect. All right, so we talked about the toolbars. The last one we hadn't really talked about yet was this surface.
Yeah, I think we talked about all those, the surface and then the transparent point.
I've got one here. What's it called? Surface Carlson. Oh, there it is. Oh, it was this AutoCAD surface creation, editing, and creation too. These AutoCAD surface things, that has nothing to do with Carlson. Those are like 3D mesh objects. So this is the one for Carlson surface, and the Carlson surface toolbar is this one.
Yeah.
Has triangulated contour and all these different commands. I use that command a lot, and it's also a real quick one to type, just TRI.
Yeah.
But these two particular ones that I use for the 3D viewer, the little 3-color cube, that is to select things in the drawing to view. And then skipping over the flyover, which is a cute little way to evaluate things as well. That gets into the surface viewer, which we haven't gone through a lot of the little in-depth things with that, but it's really handy. And I'll go over some pointers inside of there that makes it really easy to get your way around and such like that. And the two viewers are really the same. It's just a matter of which type of elements get loaded into it, whether things from the drawing or things from a surface file. And you can load up things from the drawing, and then once in it, you can load multiple surfaces to look at along with it. You can also go and load a surface file and then come back to the drawing and grab things out of the drawings to load over top of it. So just basically the same thing, but that's what that one's for. So I'll park that back there now. The next thing is, how do we take a drawing from some location or some source and turn it into something that we can model. And there's a couple of things that I want to do. We'll stay in this drawing. If you still have this
Yeah.
drawing up, we're going to look at the scenario of, let's say all you got were contours. Even if you had it from a PDF file and you converted those contours into polylines and you put them at their proper elevations, okay, so you got everything, the contour lines look okay, but then what happens and what are some of the tools that we can use to help get rid of the problems inherent with taking our data from contours only? So if you'll go to here, go to your either your view menu or your layers title bar, and let's isolate layers, and then zoom in here and grab one of the index. Might as well grab the index text. That might be the same layer, I'm not sure. That's the label. And one of the intermediates, and then over here on one of the sides, get one of the dashed yellow and then one of the dashed greens. Those are the obscured, and they're on separate layers. And then you should have something that looks like that.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to use this to create some little surfaces and see what happens with it. So if we do that, let's go ahead and I'm going to now come back and what was my boundary? I'm going to thaw my boundary layer. So I've got a that was that original boundary. I'll go ahead and get rid of that one. Now I'll go ahead and shrink wrap this one again. So I'll just shrink wrap across gaps, and we'll say a low reduction. We'll put it on boundary, make it 2D. We'll grab everything, and there's now that. I'll work that to an arc and bring that in. Everything else I'll just leave as such. Now here is another quick little tool. I might want to get rid of, say, all of these and just straighten this out across here. So I'm going to just, instead of doing that by vertex, if I draw a polyline, for instance, and I'm just going to say snag from there and go all the way over to there. And what can I do? Oh, I know one, but I was sitting on that separate layer. So I want to make this current. So that's my BDY layer. All right, so instead of sitting there, I'll go up here and just choose that layer. There we go. So now if I draw a polyline, who's current, that's what happened, is it thawed out a layer. So I'm going to go from there to there. And I want to basically cut this part out and join into that. So I could do this by just selecting this and trimming that, the standard CAD, or even I could edit and erase by no, I don't want to erase. I want to break, is what I'm looking for. Yeah, break by crossing polyline. So it's a select the clip edge. So that's this one. And now it's not asking me to keep selecting. I'm sort of used to hitting enter after this, but I'm not. It's asking me to now select the things I want to break. So I'm going to grab that one now. And now it keeps asking me over and over, and I need to hit enter to finish. So now if I do that, I see that this is actually separate now. It broke it where it crossed, and I can erase that. But now I've got this guy separate from the other guy. So I would simply do a join nearest. And I'm going to set this gap back down to something small. It doesn't have to be. And I'll just say, take this one and this one. because they were joined at a single point anyway, so I knew that that was in good shape. So that was one way I could have done that. Now, there's another tool that does that similar type functionality, and it's on the surface menu, and it has to do with these contours. Contour, and there is this command called edit contours, and it does basically the same thing. But what this lets you do is, and it doesn't have to be done on contours. I could have done it on that red border, just like you saw me do there as well. But if I say edit contours, it says select the contour edit. So I'm going to say trim off this little part that's sticking out. So I'm going to click there, and it's wherever I click, and then I just sort of freehand draw. And maybe I come back into it and join to there. And once I'm done with that and hit enter, pick the reconnection point on the contour. Okay, so I did, but it's there. So that did the very same thing. It let me draw this, it used that to trim that out, and then it rejoined it, but it did it all at once. Okay, now again, it's just a polyline. In fact, if I undo that, and let's undo the if I undo this part. And so even though this is not a contour, if I do that command to modify contours, I'm going to edit that contour. So I'm going to choose this.
It'll do it to any polyline, essentially.
Any polyline. So it says unable to handle a polyline with an arc. All right, so let's put that back to a line. So apparently that was something. I didn't know that. So if I edit this contour, so I edit this. Well, actually, I need to pick it back here where I'm starting from. And so now if I go from there to say just a point here, and now here's my reconnection point. And when I'm done with that, so you see what it did there is it did that very same type operation. That might be something that, as you go to edit these things, and it, you keep that command in mind. I just pointed out that allowed, here you can do that same thing. Say to take out this little bit, even though there's there's only two vertices there. I might consider doing that separately, but you could edit this from here, and we'll just go there and give it the reconnection point. What did I miss? Well, for some reason, it's not liking that. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that same spot, and that's it.
Well, if I edit contours, all right, so here. To come back into here. I wonder if I look at my origin point of where that is. All right, so now I put the start point right here. I wonder if it could have been because one of those points in there was the starting point of that polyline. sort of doubt that was what was happening.
It was like, it's like, because it's asking for an intermittent point. So I just clicked enter, and then before I clicked my end point, and then clicked the connection point, and then it did it just fine. So like when you
So
click the first
yeah,
point,
yeah, apparently it needs,
like it, so I click
apparently
that
it's
first.
something there. And now if I click an intermediate point,
I just clicked enter, and then it asks you for the endpoint, and then you click the endpoint, and then it snapped it across. Yeah.
yeah, sure did. Apparently it needs that particular point.
Yeah. Yeah, it did the same thing with me. I didn't have to put a point in the middle. I just once I clicked the first one, I just clicked enter, and then it
Oh, I see. I see.
then it let me jump to the end point, and I just clicked the end point, and then it
Okay. Yeah.
snapped it.
All right. So you know how to
Yeah,
make it.
that's a neat one. That's actually that kind of ties into what a question I had. So that answers that actually.
Yeah. So that lets you do it now. And again, I tend to just you know, the way I tend to do this is I'll actually just, I tend to go ahead and draw that reshape, and then I'll do that break um, by crossing. I'll pick the edge and I'll pick the contour. Then I'll just erase that and then join nearest. So either way, there's a few more steps involved with this, but anything that helps out. Like here's a case where all those little jigger jaggers you might want to uh, clear out, so you can do it that same
Yeah,
way.
because this is one of the struggles I have, just kind of cleaning up. Just say we, have contours, they're, proposed contours, but they're, maybe in a landscape area, it's kind of odd, and we get, contours that look like a sawtooth like that, right?
Yeah,
Like a saw blade, and to go through and for what I was doing, going in like removing vertices, to
yeah,
try to clean them up just to make the new tin not do that, just to clean it up a little bit. And that's a huge right there. That'd be a huge time saver.
yeah. So now I did one here. Now that particular line that I drew, this one, it crossed that thing multiple places. So what I tend to do is I've erased some of those there, and then I've got these in the middle. Um, I'll clean those out and then join nearest. Now, one thing to keep in mind. There we go. So I cleaned all that up. When you do that little saw blade looking stuff on contours, keep in mind when you edit those contours, you are just editing polylines. You're not changing the surface. So you're still
Yeah,
having,
no, this is before surface.
oh yeah, so you're doing it.
Just kind of just kind of cleaning it up,
Right.
pre-service, just to kind of make it flow a little better.
Yep, yep, yep. So when you build your surface from those contours, you're not getting all this. Yeah.
Yeah, just and mostly it's in like landscape or stuff
Yep.
that's outside of the feature. It's just however they created their surface, basically that reflects in the contour, so you're just trying to clean it up a little bit so it's
Exactly. So, like you might want to smooth, uh, like here, I'll do that, then I'll reconnect there. So that took that out a little bit, same thing now. What I really would not, even though I'm sort of taking out these little bumps, I want to be careful with that because I got this from somebody else who did the survey, right?
Yeah.
So their data made that happen. Now I would suspect that that's, and that reflects that there's a 2 lanes of highway in here and there's a little bit of a bore in between it. That's what's going on there. So those are legitimate.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
No, I agree with you. Yeah, it's just for
exactly right though, that sometimes you need to do that. Now, so let's talk about a couple of things that we might have if all we have are contours for our source information. Now, this stuff is all at the proper elevation. It's already been done. But you see, we've got some holes over here that's going to give us some weird surface stuff in here. We would have to add brake lines. And back when we actually got the brake lines for this surface. So we made that good surface. But assuming we didn't, we'd have to look at this and make some interpretations and modify our data.
yeah.
And the biggest thing that we have are things like these little nose-shaped contours. And you're going to see if we do, let's triangulate contour. And we're going to, I would normally write the triangulation file, but I'm going to uncheck that now because I don't want to have this thing slow down on me. And I'm going to go to the contour part and draw my contours. I won't label anything right now. I'm just going to draw the contour so you can see what happens here. And with nothing else set here, I will use my inclusion boundary. I'll say, okay, I'll pick that inclusion boundary, no exclusions, select everything. I'm going to say all. All right, so off it's going to go. And now, see what here this is 17, 16. So let me try that one more time here. I think I got my contour interval set way low again. Select from the screen here and here. All right, triangulate and contour. And again, I'm not saving the file. I almost always do, but let me set my, yeah, there it is. Let's set that back to 1 foot, set and match. And then all. All right, so here's where you're going to see, here's where it jumps across these little things here. So here's our contour line versus that contour line. Now, what that means is if you were to take a look at this, this structure out here, this is a gutter edge or the edge of the pavement as it meets the bank over here. If I were to look at that, and I've got a quick tool here under the profiles menu called quick profile. If I can find it, there it is. I'm going to just use screen entities and say, okay, and I'm going to go from here and I'm just snapping down to all of these nose points. That's enough to look at. And so you can see as it crosses, let's get that a little bit here. So you see where it gets flat in there? Going from, there's the green contour line. See the marker up in the plan view. So it hits that elevation, but it should go straight all the way down to this green point. That should be, a sloping line in the profile. And you can see down here, you see down here below that it puts that flat little stair step in there. So if I were to model that as a surface, that's what my surface looks like in there. It has all those flat spots, okay? So what would you normally do to keep that from happening? And
draw a brake line.
Yeah, you would draw a brake line down through the nose of all those contours, okay? and set that to the elevations and then include that in your data. But now there's a whole lot of that crap going on here. You spend a week trying to condition all this data, right? And sometimes you just have to in certain cases. And one of the things that I've found easiest to do is when I'm doing something like that, I'm going to draw a polyline. And I'll just go from, say, where I'm going to start to, let's go down here. I'll just draw it, 1 point to 1 point like that. Okay. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to just select my polyline. I'm going to just start adding a bunch of vertices. Now I'm not going to do it with the grips. I'll do it with my Carlson tool. So I'm going to add a polyline vertex. Choose this file, this line rather. And now I'm just going to start adding by clicking on all of these, right? And sometimes if you incorporate a curve or something as you go around these structures, right now I'm snapping to these points, but sometimes you have to even, come in and add, add a few out here in space. And that's why I do this as a 2D. So I'm not introducing zero elevation vertices in my 3D line. Like here, I might do the same. I might do something like, pull this a little further out into this area before it starts swinging down in here, and then, do that same type of thing. But right now this is really the more representative of that. So now I've put in all the vertices that I need, and I don't have to do every one of them, just as long as it's going to cross. And then I would go to 3D menu, 3D by screen entities. Zero, keep it, and just say, okay, I will select my object and then select the lines that I want to use, take them all. And so now this is a 3D polyline, and it has these elevations. You see 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, etc. So that's a real quick way to add a particular break line. And then if I triangulate and contour, and I choose that, nothing there, and then take everything. And now when my red and white contours draw, you see they don't have those little flats in this area, but they're still over here, right? So you normally need to add that break line in. All right, so now clear those old ones out again. And if we were to go back and do it with that one missing, it's going to go right back to forming those flats, because what's happening is it's stepping along each of these vertices and it's looking around itself for points to connect to, and it sees that point, and so it connects over there and it says, okay, it's this elevation, it's that elevation. Well, that's the same elevation. And that makes all that flat. And if you've got that break line between it, that break line has differing elevations, and that prevents this point from looking across it to see that point, and it has to connect to that one. So that's why we add those break lines. Now, in the case of this, if you don't have enough years in your career to be able to draw all the break lines in that you need, there's a little helper here in triangulate and contour. And if you look on the triangulate tab, it's right down here where there's an adjustment for source data of contours. You can say minimize flat triangles. Okay. And if you do that, and you can see it's nowhere close to perfect, but it at least will try. And so now you see I've got my reds and my whites are pretty well handled in here. It took care of those. It missed some of these because they're sticking out a little bit.
Now, is that something you leave? I just noticed I already had that on.
Uh-huh.
Is it something that you like in general would just leave on all the time?
Well, not necessarily, because sometimes the data that you're using to triangulate actually does represent flat areas.
Okay.
So that's really only used for um, this adjustments for source data of contours. So if you're not taking your data from contours, I would uncheck it.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it does help greatly. But you can see it also, because of that, up here's an area of where this really should have come around here, and that is flat.
Yeah.
So you're missing stuff in there. So it goes from now here up to here, and it assumes that the elevation halfway in between is halfway between this elevation and that elevation, when really it stays the same all the way up to here, and then the halfway spot is up here, not back in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you can see the effects of what that does. Now notice out here, because it's missing that break line across the bottom of that loading dock, when that makes a surface, it winds up making this thing look like it puts this looks almost like a little ski jump coming off of here, when really that is almost a vertical loading dock edge, because that brake line is missing, and it just took contours to contours is all it had. And the original contours in here, you see that big gap, it just starts flailing
Yeah.
or looking, so that's sort of some of the stuff that you'd have to see. So look at that and look at the other stuff in the drawing, say, oh, well, this really goes from here, and you would pre-draw that break line in at this point, just from, say, here across to the bottom. Say go from here up to here, and I'm just gonna snag all of those. And again, I did this as a 2D, so I need to and if I did one more time, but now, oh, I missed something. I probably should have, completed this on around here, so that maybe connect these up so that they become, well, let's see. If I do a 2D break line, but set my elevation from the first point and just connect these up. I think that's probably yeah, it's still, there's a hole somewhere that's causing it to jump out there. Let's get to that file again. Much time this is going to take. Let's see. Man. Uncheck surface. Elevation, surface. Okay. There we go. So if I go from here to here to here to here to here, maybe I'll keep that. Otherwise, let's see if maybe I'll fix that. But anyway, I'm not. You get the idea. You know what's. Well, there's still something somewhere that's causing that to jump. Don't know what it is. This should keep everything from here and all of these points. There's something. Like maybe the ends of this are sticking out here a little bit. I can't really get. Oh, there they are. Yeah, see how they're.
Mhm.
So I would need to sort of pull this a little bit. Let's just move it. Just scooch it out, just a skosh. And then maybe take this to that. And then of course that's going to be that's not sitting at 0. Taking away. And then finally, still there's something about the ends of those that's still going on. But you know, let's not chase that particular rabbit.
Yeah.
But you see some of the tools that you would normally draw those in there, and sometimes you just have to do that. Sometimes
Yeah.
you're rebuilding that kind of stuff as part of that. The but that tool in here where you can minimize your flats if you're taking your source data from contours. And there's also this interpolate ridges and valleys, which is sort of like the same things, but it's a little bit different. There's nothing I can look up in the help system or figure out that tells you algorithmically that these are anything different, but they do different results. And you can see like interpolating ridges and valleys, for instance. If I do that, elevation range 45, no, something happened. Let's see here. If I these things here too. I don't think that was anything involving it, but if I interpolate ridges and valleys, now what that's going to do, maybe that'll give us a clue. No exclusions, all. Range 45. So 45, I'm going to go ahead and say yes and let it do its thing. When it says interpolate, ridges and valleys. See, there was something in here that it saw that made it go from here down to something there. Maybe that's a bad point. You know, right in here is where all of this stuff happened, because there's something that set the trend, and it, because it says it's interpolating, it's shooting down there into that bottom. Now notice over here what it didn't do. It didn't minimize these flat, like minimize flats does. But it's still interpolating these. So let's take a look. If I clear this. Yeah, it's interpolate ridges and valleys. So it goes from here down, you know, this is down, so, or maybe this is up. So this is probably a ridge or something. And said interpolate, because this is changing from here to here to here to here to here. It just keeps pushing that change and then this direction until it just meets into either, you know, something really high or something really low. So it went all the way down to 45 in some of those places, even though that's not there. So interpolating ridges and valleys doesn't do the same thing algorithmically. So, you know, I would probably stay away from that. I can see if the help system does much for us. There's minimized flats, and you can see this is made with minimized flats is disabled. Minimized flats is enabled. So what they're showing you here is not really illustrative. But you saw the result of what we're doing below.
Yeah.
And they don't give you a picture of that. So the purpose of this is to avoid flat areas by better defining surface ridges and valleys. When enabled, it inserts break lines into the drawing, which is subsequently used in triangular partly in an attempt to minimize flat horizontal triangles. So see, it tells you that it's trying to do the same thing. So this instructs the engine to iterate through the triangle to minimize the occurrence of flat triangles. Delani triangulation may produce unrealistic. The minimize will perform additional permutations to use the surface manager swap edge routine. Ah, okay. Another option to produce a similar results is the interpolate ridges and valleys, but you can see it doesn't match the same. The interpolate ridges and valleys is really more, according to that description, more like what you want, because you're saying, well, I need to put break lines down there. And so it's supposedly doing that. But because of this contour data, it gets into some of these kind of, you know, weird isolated areas. And there's nothing down there. You can see there's, as I spin that up, there's nothing at the 45-foot elevation range that it was going. It's just a matter of the interpolation that it put everything. Oh, this is another thing that might happen if I did a zoom extents and it goes way out of here, because some commands will leave points, and there's 3 points you can see up here that are sitting down at 0, 0, 0. And I don't know why it does that, what commands do it, but some they will leave over a point that they stick down there for some odd reason. So you can just clear them out and that'll do that. But so there's something about the interpolation. Now there's another interpolation mode here is it interpolates summits and pits. And what that does, this is a little pond, actually. It's a little, 20, 15, 10, 5, and then it comes back up at 10, 15, 20, 25. So in reality, this is, the edge of the pond, so that should be flat across there. But if I said interpolate summits and pits, it would keep producing that same slope all the way down to the bottom here and push it down from this edge, and it would push the bottom of that pond on down at that same side slope until it met coming from the other direction. Okay. Same thing with summits. It would take something like this and keep coming up, 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 and stop here, and then we'll keep pushing it up until it peaked out up here at the top. So it keeps from having this be a flat surface. But and so if you had a spot elevation in there, that would help clarify that as well. You wouldn't have to do that, but you would go from here up to the spots that are slightly higher. But if you don't have those, it tends to make it come up to the, it keeps pushing it up until it would peak out. Sometimes it's intentional and useful. In a case like this pond, that would be incorrect. In a case like this, it would probably be more correct. But sometimes if you're out in Arizona and you got, mesas and stuff that actually do have flat tops, you don't want to do that. So just, be aware and think your way through what the implications are of that kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is we're going to need to actually run this. Those interpolate flow paths. Let me see what that might do for us. Generates 3D data polylines from a contour map that approximate the downward flow of water through valleys. Then used from creating to improve the fit in these valley regions by giving more definition to these areas that created by looking for sharp or angled regions of the contours and then connecting these regions with a smooth curve. So again, it's something that sort of sounds like it's to interpolate ridges and valleys. I've not ever had much success out of that to where it's given me what I'm looking for, but that minimized flats is the one that really does what I'm typically using for. Now here I've turned it back off just to get the command reset because I'll forget it next time. But so those are some of the tools that you've got at your disposal and you can do it. And I would always recommend to evaluate how well it's done that for you. And the easiest way when comparing it to the original source is probably to draw the contours. That's what you're taking it from. You want the contours to actually match.
Yeah.
And once you do that, if you've drawn the contours as part of that surface, just keep in mind, those are drawn polylines. If you edit the polylines and, tweak them around and stuff, you're not changing the surface. And I think you have a good understanding of that. I've got
that's
a lot of people don't grasp that concept. So so you would have to find other ways, like up here at this retaining wall, you would actually draw in the, you would fix that. And yeah, we could chase that down, but I
yeah.
So, and in this particular case, we have that.
Pretty
Yeah, we have all that stuff there. So now, another thing I want to do real quick here, and then we'll take our lunch break and I can restart everything. I'm going to I went to my view menu and said thaw on all layers. So I bring everything and I want to now freeze layered by picking. I'm going to pick one of those white lines and one of these pink points just to get those out of the way. And I'll even take this boundary that we drew and get rid of that. So here is the delivered map that they gave us. Okay. I remember when we were first looking at settings and we talked about this drawing setup and we used this state plane zone, and this is actually done from a photogrammetric project, and it is in Pennsylvania South zone. Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a couple of things from some additional modules, just so you can see what they may do for you, and you can hide whether there's something that you might want to consider adding into your toolbox. Not trying to actually sell you more software, but sometimes
And in-house here, there the gal that I work with, she's like, well, you should have gotten Survey and CADNet
yeah.
from
Well,
and
yeah, and that might be something you want to consider. Now, I'm going to get rid of my pond stuff here too, just to get that out of the way. And my ditch, I forgot about that. All right, so now I'm back to my basic map. I've frozen off all that other data. And but so a couple of things that we can do. If I switch to the GIS module, now this gives us again, we got file through points. That's common to all the modules. Then I've got this GIS data and tools, and I've got this images things. And because I am in a known coordinate system, I'm in that state plane PA South, I can place, well, I can have these, I can place in, if I download something from a GIS server that is an image file, like a MRCID file or some kind of an image tile that like a geotiff, something that's geocoded with these world files, they'll come right in. But even I can just grab a Google Earth image. And now it's going to ask me for this file name. So I'm going to come over here and do that clicky bit. And I have no clue what could cause that to go through such a delay when it's asking for a file. But hopefully it'll get cleared up over lunch when I break. All right, so it wants to know an output file. So I'm going to give it, I'll be in my working folder. I'm just going to call this TPK site, my Turnpike site. Now I can pick from the screen or use a map like a little pop-up kind of web browser map, but I'm just going to click from say here to, I have to tell it screen or map. So screen, I'm going to pick say from here and come down to here. And I'm going to choose low, medium, or high, get high resolution, aerial, hybrid terrain map, road map. I'll say aerial. Terrain is not all that useful from Google. It's a weird blocky looking thing. But anyway, I'll put it there, set it on layer imagery, place it in the background. I'll say okay. And it's going to go out and grab it. And there it is. That's my image from Google Earth. Okay. So now, if I look at what I brought in, I can zoom in down here and I see things like, well, here's my, these purple lines are the actual edges of the concrete of this parking lot. You can see it doesn't meet up really well, correct? But it's as good as Google Earth can get you. All right.
yeah.
Well, it's done from like satellite height. It's not all that good. So there's another tool in another module, and that's that CADNet module that your colleague might have been telling you about. And so I've switched to that module, and it has this thing under this raster menu called rubber sheeting. Okay, so if I do a rubber sheet, it wants to know, I can do a couple different algorithms. I'll do an inverse distance. You can bring in coordinate files and do all this kind of stuff. I'm not going to worry about those. I'm just going to do this. So I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to turn off my snapping just to avoid stuff. And so now it wants me to pick the origin of the control point. So I'm going to say from here. And now where's the destination? So I want that point to wind up going to here. And I just keep doing that for as many points as I might be able to identify. And, you can snap to geometry and do all that. So I've done those two corners. And I would generally look for like sharp corners. I would probably stay away from corners of buildings because they are, the image you're looking at has some radial displacement in it due to the height of the building doing some leans. But I would come down here maybe and find these corners like here's another good corner. So I'm going to go from there down to back to here. It's a little rounded off. They missed that, but I've got this one. I can go from right in there down to here. And I would come up here and grab that one and go to here. Can I see this one? Yeah, I'll say from there down to here. And just sort of work your way around until you find out. Here's one more we'll do. Say from here back to here. Now, so we've given it all these different points to sort of warp into our actual survey. Here's another example. See that there's the actual inlet. So I'm just going to eyeball the center and then eyeball the center there. So that'll sort of take care of something on that edge. So I've sort of distributed some things around. And once I'm done, I'm going to hit enter. And it's actually going to warp this image. And it said it's adjusted. Okay, so let's now zoom in up here and see. Well, look at that. Now it fits in there a lot nicer, including where those inlets go. And you can see there's holes and stuff on it. You can't really see it in this imagery. But you saw the corners of the parking lot. You see how much nicer they do fit. They're not, still not totally exact, but within the bounds of being useful for us. So I can use that. And if I had to, oh, there's something that the survey missed. So I would, looks like they got it. There's apparently a big hole in the parking lot. There's their contours. So they picked that up and they got the inlet down here. But, it's all torn out of that parking lot. All right. So that's a nice little tool if your workflow is involved in doing stuff like this. If you don't do it in, it's just, it's cute, but, I don't do that kind of stuff, then not really all that's useful. Now, the other nice thing about this CADNet is you've got these other tools where you can, I just showed you that one called Rubber Sheet, and there's all kinds of other things it can do with different raster images. And these are like scanned PDFs, not your vector-based PDFs. And so do this import raster to vector. So it will do some conversion, even including converting drawn text into actual text. You basically can train it, say, okay, this is the letter T, this is the letter B, this is the letter A. Anytime you see that combination, assume that and go from there. All right, so that's all part of that CADNet, whereas there is no, and there's that import PDF and convert. There's that convert drawn text, convert dashes to polylines, and that's a big one. If you get which is very common, you'll get the existing contours drawn dashed lines. And so that will try to basically do that join nearest command to
Yeah.
dashes together. Now, that comes with its own set of problems, just like join nearest would do,
Yeah.
in that, sometimes the gaps are bigger than the neighboring, than the distance over to the neighboring contour, and it'll jump and go to the neighboring contour instead of staying on the line it's supposed to be on. So you got to be careful. But again, it gives you some tools. Now, the standard importing a PDF file will do a lot of that for us anyway. And especially if we use a vector-based PDF, which is what you're going to almost always get from an engineering company who's going to give you a PDF file, they're almost always vector-based because they basically plot their drawings to a PDF.
Yeah.
It's just those scanned ones that you really need these kind of tools from to take that raster image, because they're just a series of dots. They're not raster based. But this
No.
also has some BIM tools, and you can bring this stuff in even from oh, what do I call it? It's these IFC file formats for things like Revit. You can, bring a lot of that kind of information into your
What's that under your PDF there or PDF? No, or yeah, drawing to 3D or
yeah,
so
you
I have a
can draw.
question in that. So like I had a customer that sent me it was like a certified pad they wanted, but without a it wasn't basically it was just what they shot with their GPS.
All right.
So but they just wanted a PDF of basically the building and then their topo shots where they shot um in like a PDF form.
Uh-huh.
Is that something that's simple?
Yeah, I mean,
Or is that this or
not not exactly. And this is sort of a silly command because when this particular command, you would select certain things in the drawing. Okay. And now here's what it's going to do is it's going to generate a PDF, and you choose a paper size and all that. So this could do that, but what's what's going on with this is that it's going to create a 3D file. This is called grading PDF. We'll take a look at here in a minute. But it's a 3D PDF. And I'll say, okay. And as far as I know, it's not waiting on some, okay, it's on my other screen. So I'll bring this over here. And it looks like it generated absolutely nothing. A 3D viewer. Anyway, there's really what you want. Like they need a PDF certification report, and you're just basically going to draw that. You want to take your drawing out to a PDF. So really what you would do in that regard is, and it doesn't need to be 3D typically, you just plot this work and use your Adobe Acrobat or plot to a PDF, and there's other tools for that. Wait till it settles. But so it's a slightly different command now. A 3D PDF is actually a PDF file, but it honors the elevation, and the recipient of that can open up that PDF file and can spin it around in 3D just like we do.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, Trimble does that. Yeah.
Cancel that. So yeah, so
Yeah.
you can do that though with other tools. If I'm going back to Civil, then you can uh go in the file menu and you can output layouts. Now that's these paper space drawings that you can now send that out to a PDF file, and you can set these layouts up to be I'm going to set my AutoCAD PDF, and I'm going to set a paper size. It can be any of these big architectural sheets or even just a little A size sheet, 11 by 8.5, or 8.5 by 11. So that would be an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I might, want to bring it up a little. We'll maximize that. There's no particular scale there. I could make it a particular scale. And then because of that, I could just plot this sheet in a file, plot that particular sheet, or you can do PDF and you can output if you have multiple sheets down here, because you might have another layout and you can give it a name and all that kind of stuff. But maybe it might have something like this. Maybe it's got, some, let's see, I want to focus on that little pond area. Let's look at that, say, little parking lot there. And then over in this one, I'm going to be looking at this traffic island here. So you see, it's all just the same model. But so now I've got two different layouts. I got a sheet that looks like that. I've got a sheet that looks like that. That would be where you would do your certified pad with the elevations and labels and such, and maybe have title block information and the company logo and all that kind of stuff in here. And then you just plot those. You can plot them individually, or you can go to your PDF and say output layouts to a PDF, and you would publish or do a PDF export, and that just does a batch printing for all of these things. It's just, and I'm not going to sit you through it, wait for another file out, but so that's really what you're talking about, what you were looking for, and that's just standard CAD stuff that's available for you from there. Now there's also a way to well, just standard export. Well, that one came right up. How about that? No, not a PDF kind of thing, but but yeah, that would be what I would normally do, is when they needed that just as a PDF, is just plot the darn thing. And you can plot from here too. You could say just plot, and we would do just see plot. And then instead of this what to plot, the full display extents limits or window, if I say window, and maybe I was only going to do that much, and then you could do a preview of it and see we've set our window, and then when we plotted that, I guess I gotta do that. PDF general, PDF general documentation. There we go. And now I could preview what that would look like. That would be the PDF sheet. That's a little 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and that would be what it would come up to. And I can, you can set the image to be, to fade Uh, if I can get that to say fade. And then just plot that again. So there you see it's faded a lot more behind it. That's more of the PDF drawing that includes that, so it's not display, but window. Let's set the window up like I had it before. Now I preview that. There we go. It's a little bit bigger and like more like what it was looking like. So, those are all just means, and that would actually create the actual PDF file as well. Now, the PDF, if you do ever happen to need a 3D PDF, you can do that, and you would see if I can find. It's not in here. It is published. Use my default. Well, quick second here. Okay. The PDF output. Export PDF. Quick export. There we go. Let's see. Publish. So you would use, there's a command called publish, and that lets you go to these, do a PDF or a DWF. We have X, and one of the, let's see. Yeah, you do have to do a DWF or X. Let's see what this does for us. This will actually generate the 3D PDF. And I'm trying to see if I can. It's not giving me the information. Anyway,
Yeah.
there there are AutoCAD tools to do that PDF export.
Yeah.
It's included in CADNet there just as a way to, it's another typical raster function, something you might want to do. Now there's also, I told you about the also on that CADNet set of tools, you've got this imported PDF file, which would bring those in and create the vectors from you. That's also available in Civil, but it's sort of hidden and it's just under the file menu import, under standard import. And when you do that standard import, see one of the options is a PDF file. And that'll bring that up and it actually will do the conversion for you into vector geometry. And we'll do that after lunch.
Okay.
See about, what are some of those tools to elevate those elements. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
So I'm going to try, let's see, what time is it now? It's 12:50. So let's have our full hour. We'll come back at 1:50. All righty. And now, that being said, let's see if it's Zoom that's causing the issue. So if I do my 2D to 3D by surface model, wow, would you look at that? It's Zoom that's causing the problem.
Yeah.
Was when when I restarted and ran the thing, it just popped right up. So apparently this new version of Zoom is causing issues. So let's see. Nothing to do with that. Yeah, that's going to be unacceptable. Let's see what else we might do. Stop this for a second. And let me go back here and try. IntelliCAD, see if it's any better now that Zoom is running. Almost. So those. Data 2D to 3D by surface model. It's not done. Finally it gets here. Okay. All right, so that's no better. So I'll close that off. And I'll go back to the AutoCAD version. And we'll just suffer through it. I wonder what's different. Well, it did not do this the first half of the day. yesterday or even the first day, maybe toward the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think.
It's changed. So, so let's close this file and we're going to open. So you can just go up to your file folder icon on that starting toolbar or choose file open, however you do it. And we're going to find something in some of these other folders. So I'm going to go up one level. So I'm going to go up here to my data sets. And I've got a couple of things I want to look at. Let me take a peek over here. Might be a good one to start with. Let's take another quick look at this one. Bad one. Maybe. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what might be your best option. Okay, there's. All right, so let's look at example 2. Family Dollar. And we've got let's look at C201-301 drawing. That's going to be our DWG file. And this is a drawing from the engineers. Looks like they drew the boundary around that image. With the water line. So Center Street. And that is, oh, okay. Didn't say anything. All right. So if I select, in fact, let's freeze this layer image. So I'm going to view freeze layer by pick, and I'm just going to pick on the edge of that image just so I can see what I've got. And if I select one of those contours, when you see that selected like that, it says it's an AECC 10 surface. All right, have you ever run into those before?
I don't know if it says the same thing, but where it shows it as intended surface, yes.
Yeah, have you run into that before though with some of your work?
Yes.
Okay, so what that means is this, if you ever see those as an object type, but let me isolate. So there's what that is. It's a object and it's sort of like a block. You can explode it. Yeah, you can do you could explode it into being contours and it would work accordingly, just as if they were drawn contours now. But what it is when you see that object type, it recognizes the fact that this came out of a civil 3D drawing. Okay. And this is the existing ground surface, most likely is what they called it. So it's on a layer called V Surface Manager, and it is a civil 3D surface. Say again?
Buys anything.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Probably my computer dinging at me.
Gotcha. So there's some issues with surface. I can tell right away just by looking at that. But let's go ahead and do the workflow that we would normally do. If you ever get a drawing in from the engineers and you see that AECC, that's architectural engineering and construction, 10 surface, triangulated regular number, that means that it came from, that it's part of a civil 3D or a land desktop file. So this DWG probably done in civil 3D. So we can go straight to our file menu and choose import and choose civil 3D. And let's just go ahead and say all civil 3D objects. All right, so it wants to know a coordinate file to process. So we'll just call it, we'll just say the new tab and we'll keep it as the same file name. Say, okay, now the only reason it did a file was in case it finds any civil 3D points in this drawing. So it says converting points. Now, do you want to use point numbers or point names? Well, I'm going to use, I just take the default. I think just use the numbers. Now, it may or may not affect, well, it did find. So these are all of the points. So you've got all the survey points are included here. And it says it found an AEC surface elevation label, said surface EG may not be loaded. AEC surface elevation label did not explode. Press the continue button. All right, so let's see what happens. All right. So it's found a surface EG. You want to create a Carlson surface? Yes, let's do all of that. There was nowhere to put it. And of course, they give me some kind of goofy thing here, but there I'm pointing to that same place. I'll go ahead and store it there. And up it goes. So it's bringing out everything else. And it also found a sewer entity. So it actually recognized that as a sewer line, and probably this one as well, even though it's just a polyline. Now, this is actually a point. It has a point symbol of that X shape looking thing, but I'm way out of whack size wise. So let's try to fix some of that here in a minute. So let's go up to my settings menu and choose drawing setup. And I see I'm right now set up to be a 20 scale drawing. That should be okay. I'm gonna set my line type scale to 1. And MSLT scale, I'll turn on, set that also to 1. Regen all with an REA. All right, so I can see there is a polyline on the surface minor at elevation 781. That one is at 780. So it has extracted those drawn contours. Now these being points, and that's on a layer called SOPO. And I could do something here with that. That's 776.73. All right, so there's that, and it has no label. Let's go ahead and give it. All right, so there's the Carlson point equivalent for that. Label. So and I've got all of these points and I could use them if I needed them for anything, but I'm going to just freeze that layer off. So I'm going to go to view, freeze, layer. It's an 8-inch terracotta. Okay, so it's labeled that. Now I've also got things like yard inlets, top elevation. And so I've got all kinds of things called out here. So there's the inlet. And they're called out. Now notice the difference in my text is all lined up horizontally this way, but these are at this skewed angle. And what that tells me, if you haven't noticed already or understood, I'm actually in a rotated user coordinate system, right? And I still want to get rid of these stupid points. And just save it in my way. The problem I'm going to have is if I freeze off some things that I need later outside of the points, but I think we'll be okay. There's all kinds of stuff. Good heavens. That's all right. So that's good. All right. So now what they have an effect here is that we are actually in a separate rotated coordinate system. We're not in the world coordinate system. So we are lined up as if they wanted to print this, say, on a sheet of paper like this. And these are those layouts, and you can see they've got them done. I'll modify these to use. These are buildings, so they'll probably explode the block. And transparency as well. Well, anyway, it's basically the whole drawing, and they did this rotation that you see out there in the model so that it lines up with it fitting square to the page on a title block. You see that C301 That 20 scale, there's our Pennsylvania 1 call. You know, but all of that stuff came out of that drawing file. The fact that it was a civil 3D, SLT scale. Yeah, so the scale. There we go. So the fact that it was a civil 3D drawing is it recognized all of that and extracted that for us. Now I can verify that as well if I go to my view, 3D view, surface file viewer. That came up pretty quickly, good. So I'm an example. I'll open that file. And now this is that file that you saw before. You saw where the contours were, and I told you they had some issues.
Mm-hmm.
Right there are those issues. So, but this the engineers gave me. Let me change that. Opacity so we can see it more solid. There we go. So this is the actual surface that the engineers gave me, and I'm going to say, you know, if this were me and if I had to try to build that, depends on my relationship with the engineers, obviously. But now this is not a build. This is the existing ground. But I would say, you know what, guys, you screwed this up. Why don't you see about fixing it? And then get it back to me, because I've got this little spike over here, and you know, there's just some things that they really did a crappy job of modeling this with, and so there's not much you can do with that. Right? But there's an example of, here's a complex drawing, and the engineers gladly went ahead and gave us the overall drawing file. I'm going to turn everything back on. I've got the entire drawing file, and I was able to even extract my points menu. I'm going to list my points. See, I was even able to read. They've got a whole, all of these coordinates are in that drawing. You know, so I've got, I don't know how many points there total. 420 points. So, you know, there's a wealth of information here that we're just sometimes not paying close attention to. So that's one of the first things that I would check. Okay, is if it's if it might have, you know, some of that stuff sort of baked into it. So Carlson can extract those embedded objects. Where before, when I selected that one contour and the whole thing came up and said it was an AECC 10 object.
Mm-hmm.
So before, what I would typically do is I would see that and I know what to do with it. I would explode it, and then I would try to build those reference, you know, from those exploded contours. Whereas recognize that it is telling you that and it's usually those keywords like AECC, that it is. What that needs to do. So, you know, it's telling us that it is a proprietary object from one of the architectural, engineering, or construction product lines that Autodesk sells. So I would give it a shot and just try it and see. Of course, you would also obviously know if you got something from a client and they said, yeah, well, here it is in Civil 3D, but understand Civil 3D can be read directly and converted into everything that we need to go forward, right?
Yes.
Just that particular one is not all that good. If they had other surfaces in there, like a design surface, we could do the same thing from that, okay? And Here's some drawn contours. C topo, minor, 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 major. So if, you know, that's where they're showing their design. They don't, you know, it's just a really pretty crappy design. Here, but again, it's all good. They're basically showing a little bit of grading back there on the back bank to smooth that bank out. This is indicated as a retaining wall. And yeah, basically it. I've got top of wall, bottom wall elevations. So, you know, there's not a whole lot I can do with that unless I know, well, we've got finished floor elevations. So let's take a quick look at some tools on how to model some of this stuff a little better. And let's concentrate on this retaining wall for a minute. So if I want to isolate the layers that have these labels on it and the drawn retaining wall, I would view and isolate layers. And I'm going to make sure I pick one of those labels and pick the polyline. Might as well get the hatch bar on it too. And okay, so some of these layers, there's a curb and it's a fence. Right, this one is on layer C topo box. And the border around the retaining wall is on a layer called curb, apparently. I see that curb. So you can see this is not something I would be so crazy impressed with. But so what we can do if we're going to actually model this, in fact, I see I've got these few things and the wall. I'm going to let's isolate those particular items. So if I have those layers isolated, but let's see, so if I choose and let's show hide by selection. And I'm going to isolate by selection. I'm going to do a crossing for that wall. I'll do a crossing for the wall label and this wall label, this wall label, that wall label. All right, so I'm basically getting the wall and all of the labels that might pertain. I think I've got them on. Good to show. Okay, so now I've cleaned up my drawing a bit. I'm going to start to build this as a three-dimensional structure. I don't know what this actually is. This is just a 2D polyline elevate. All right. So let's build us something so we can construct this as an actual 3D set of break lines that will model that wall so that we can get a final grade out of it. And we're going to do that by placing that bottom of this wall at either some, you know, we're going to place them at these elevations. These are the inside dimensions. So the outside of this wall are going to be placed with the, you know, the assumption is along that existing grade, right? And then the inside is going to be placed down on this excavated courtyard or whatever it happens to be. Now, I do see that the bottom of the wall 777, but they're pointing to the outside. It could be as sloppy as they've gotten on this stuff. It could be There's 7650, 7585, 7617. So they're pointing back here on the back side of the wall. I have no idea whether that's the case. All right, so we're going to do a little quick example. I can either trace that around and try to connect the dots, or I'm going to make a new layer. Go to my layer manager. I'm going to make a layer called C-wall, C-wall dash model. And I'm going to give it a color of, let's make blue color. And I'm going to give it a little bit of a line weight so that I can see it. Make sure I'm showing line weights. There we go. And I'm going to go around the outside edges of that wall. And just draw a 2D polyline. No, there's already there, but I'm going to leave their stuff alone for a minute. But I'm going to do this as an outside area. Now, the quick way of doing this, if you remember, was you did like a shrink wrap. So I'm going to do this and put this on my C-wall model. Oops, set my gap up. Okay, so 1,000 feet, that should be on. And if I take those items that got close, I'm going to simply add a vertex, turn off my perpendicular snap. Oh, man, these people. Jump to there, and then finally, I'm going to need to get rid of that segment. So I'm going to come up here and delete polyline segment. And go ahead. This is so that is a closed polyline. I think I know what's going on. It's because I'm working in a big view. So if I twist screen and just say restore due north, I use a UCS command, user coordinate system, and I want to go back to UCS, back to world. UCS W for world. Now I'm in my true coordinates. Now, would that allow that to happen? Yes, thank you. All right. So if you ever get something weird like that that's going on visually with the commands, some of those are going to really be dependent on these being in their real coordinate space. And you can always tell down here at this icon in the lower left, it shows a little square around it. That tells me I'm in my world coordinate system. You can also tell if you're over here on this part where the where this little pull down underneath it will either say WCS, or it might have a different name if it's in a rotated coordinate system. But that's one of the things that happens is we'll get a drawing in from somebody and we don't realize they've rotated it. They didn't tell us that. And so we work with it assuming that everything's fine. So make sure you can check that. And if this little icon happens to not be here, there's let me see if there is a from the view menu, and you can pull that, go down to UCS, that stands for user coordinate system. You can set it to world, or you can set come down here. If the icon is not on, you can go down to icon and on. That will turn it on. Some people turn that off because they don't want to see it. Now you can also see right now I'm in this rotated screen view, but see how my crosshairs are lined up with my north and south and east.
Yeah.
So that's the situation I want to be in. And you could either, you can do a zoom extents, or take your twist screen completely off so that north becomes straight up. You can do all that, but what we're trying to do is to now model this this wall and into a three-dimensional type of object here, including the top. So I've got the wall that goes there and it ends, and I see that it's also got this other piece that it missed, or when it segmented, it pulled apart. So I'm just going to do a join nearest and be done. And now when I see that, it goes all the way around, and I'm going to let's see, I'm going to leave those caps on there for just a minute. Now I'm going to take that. Remember, we had that surface called EG.
Yeah.
So rate this outside edge. Remember, on the outside, because this is cut down below here, and this is holding these banks back. So I want that outside edge, the bottom of that wall, I want to be right on that ground. Okay. And then when I get on the inside, I want the bottom to run up to all of these labels and set things accordingly. So let's set our wall here. Go to our 3D data. And now there are some things here like this wall polyline profile editor, and there's a couple of other type of wall type tools, which I can't see if a lot of particular benefits they may have. And I'm sure it's a command that some customer called up Carlson and said, hey, wouldn't it if we did this? But this is really understanding that we have a polyline and we're going to now turn it from a 2D to a 3D by a surface model. And see, it's all popping right up. This is good. We'll choose that model. We'll say, okay, and now we're going to find the polyline to convert. So I'm going to convert that blue one that I drew. And that's it. And I'm going to add vertices at the break. So if it's going along the wall and the ground dips in here, it's going to put a vertex in it. I will keep the existing. I'm going to get no vertical offset. Just uncheck that really. And the layer for the 3D polylines, I'm going to call that 3D break line dash wall. So I'm keeping the 2D just display purposes. So boom, there it went. Now my 3D break line wall, I'm going to make those so that I can see them a little better here. All right, so that's now on the ground. If I select it, look at it in my 3D viewer. All right, so that's what that ground looks like from that file they gave me. And there's this little jump up in the back. I'm not sure I believe that, but that's what they gave me. So there's nothing I can do about that. Same thing back here. Now, the rest of it, we're going to go back now and draw a 2D polyline. And we're going to put this on our layer C dash wall dash model. And we're going to say, oh, we're going to start right there. And we're just going to snap to these interior corners. And that's all I need for that. And now I'm going to set the elevation of that 3D polyline all the way around the edges, but I'm going to make a copy of that because I'll show you what I'm going to do with this when we get that. So if I take the one with that line, I'm going to go to edit. I'm going to copy to a layer. So select the entities to copy. There's that one on my layer. And I'm going to put that on that 3D break line wall, even though it's not a 3D break line yet. It is still just a 2D break line. And now I'm going to go through here and start setting elevations of that line. Just here, I'm going to assume this is probably meant to point to this down here. We'll see what happens. So 770. Oh no, maybe not. It looks like that's 776.70 all the way around. Then it goes to 50. And then it comes down to even. There's 85, 775. 76.50, 76.50, 70, 585. So that dropped. Oh, it's 65 hundredths. All right. No, 85 to 50. So 15, yeah, 65 hundredths. There's a 65 hundredths foot drop in there, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's stepped. It's probably not stepped. Might just be a straight line. All right, so we go from here to here. So 76, 70, 70, 70, then down to 50, 50, then to 85, and then back up to 776, and then up to 76 and a quarter. All right, so I can live with that. Now, the commands to set and even though this outside one, you see, it's got grab the right one here. 3D polyline. See, those are all the vertices along that line because it's intercepting that surface. So we can't do much with that one. In terms of setting this one. This one is going to be on that surface, assuming, and it should be straight lines between. But we need to set the elevation of those particular locations. And you can do that a number of ways. We could have just drawn a 3D polyline and clicked and answered the questions as we went around it. That might have been the quickest in the long run. But let's go to the 3D data menu now, and we're going to choose this polyline elevation category. And let's choose that 2D polyline. And we're going to put a little checkbox into all of these little vertices, meaning they are going to be control points that, so whatever we set them to be, they're going to hold that elevation. And one of the things, like if you said, all right, I know what this elevation is here, and I know what this elevation is way over here, and I know that it changes from here to here in a linear fashion. There's no sudden drops or no particular run is steeper or less steep than the other. And so you would uncheck these in the middle, let those elevations sort of float, and it calculates what they're supposed to be along that route between those known points. But because I know all of those particular points, and I even have a place in here where I need to add a point, and we'll do that. So we're going to set the elevations here for number 1. We're going to look here and select their number 1, and we're going to put that at 777 because that's our bottom wall elevation. So 777, I'll hit enter. And now it's going to go up to point number 2, which is 776.7. And you can see a little profile here in this preview. So this number 2 is going to be 776.7. Okay. Number 3 is 776.5. 776.5. And number 4 is also 776.5, which we could have selected 2 at once and made that 776.5. And now 5 is 77585. So 77585. 6 is going to be 776. Oops, 776. And then finally 776.25. All right, so that now is 777 to 76, 7, 76, 5, 76, 5, 75, 85, 76 to 76 and a quarter. Now look at the shape of this profile, and that's, you would say to yourself, well, gosh, it's not that, that's not the shape of that. And true, it's not. This is vertically exaggerated just to show you basically from the start to the end elevations and what they are relative to each other. So you can see the slopes in here, and I've got one particular spot right here at number 4 that is flat because from 776.5 to 776.5. Well, okay, that's correct. That's what it needs to do. But now I'm also going from, say, 2 to 3. I go from 776.7 to 776.5. But they're saying that 776.7 should also hold right here. So I should have a flat segment and then a tapered segment. So I would need to put a vertex into this line right here. And I can do that from within this tool.
Yeah.
And you see these tools right in here. If I hover the mouse, here's one that says add a vertex at a crossing. And if there was an intersection there, and there probably is with that arrow, or I'm going to say just create a vertex. Now, when you do create these vertices, they're not going to allow you to move them horizontally. You're just putting a vertical point in this line. You can make a 2D change outside of this elevation editor. Go back into plan view and you can, manipulate those. So I'm going to create a vertex. I'll choose that little icon with the little point beside it. And that's sort of a clue as to how this works. So it says to pick the vertex position. Well, wherever you pick, let's say I picked there, or even if I picked over here, it's not going to bend it up to that point and bend it back. It's going to go up to that point and project it into this wall, and that's where it puts it. So for now, I'm going to just click right there. There's now my new vertex, and it is unchecked, but I do want to check it. And so this time, instead of that 776.7 that goes down to 776.5, and the way it calculated this on its way, it would have passed through 776.62, but they're telling us, nope, that's actually flat. So I'm going to change that elevation to 776.7. And now you see I've got that other flat segment.
Yeah, and I got a question for you.
Sure.
On that. I mean, I use this command all the time, so I'm pretty familiar with this one. But question on that, when you snapped in a vertice there, so mine will, if wherever I drop, like if I dropped it up above the retaining wall there, it would move, it would put that vertice there. Is there a way in the settings to get that to do what you did? Where
like what I did here, yes.
Yeah, where it would snap to that line at that location.
Yeah, so mine would have done that as well, but apparently I snagged the end point of that arrow and it just happened to be
which
correct.
It's okay sometimes, but I would rather have, because in Trimble I like it the other way, where if I'm, I have a point across, like, offset from the line, I can just select that point and it'll, snap it directly across from that point.
Yeah, and that is see, that shouldn't be it should be something along the lines of these offsets. In fact, that creating that vertex, that used to always do that. It would not pull that out. Let's take a look at
Okay, so create vertex mode inside the settings. It
yeah.
looks like it's the create vertex mode, and then what I had
There you go.
Yep. And then online. Okay.
To do it. Yeah, no, that used to be the default condition on this. That's why I said, what I was doing when I said that, and it apparently I lucked out and it didn't. So
no,
yeah,
that's good. That's good enough. Now I know. Okay, perfect.
so that's good to know. Now you could also have done this by, if you had picked it, and go back to that setting. I'm going to uncheck that too. Instead of online, I'm going to say I have to pick. All right, so if I add another one here, if I just go right here, all right. Now that's where that one happens to be, but I could choose that and go to its offset. I think. No. Well, I could, but I would have to I'd have to have built that original line as an alignment. I was going to say I would select that point and change its offset to 0, but
No, that's good.
yeah, so I think I'll leave it as that. So now Yeah, so that's, so there we are good with that, and that should take care of that. Now I will say, okay, we've now set those. And looking at those two things together now in our 3D viewer, I can see that, okay, there's one goes around the outside top and the other is around the inside floor. So, you know, may not be bad. Now I can see there's a little bit of a drop in there. Right at that corner. So that probably needs to come down to meet there. And then the same thing here. These are actually the same elevations, or no, it's a little bit higher there. So I'm going to pull up these edges to meet our bottom floor. So I'm just going to show you a little trick in the viewer here about that. If I view this up and I say, all right, I see that's the way I want to edit. That's how I want to edit that. Let me go to my settings tab. I'm going to choose this icon to set my CAD view. And so I say, okay, it's done. Now when I exit, I'm actually looking at it in that rotation. So now I can set this, and if I snap, it will actually do the snapping instead of and then I'll just go back to where I was before. Now I am now I've lost track of where I am there. All right, so now I'm going to go back to my twist screens, my view twist screen, my line, polyline, or text. I'll just pick this. I think it's text. Well, apparently it's not. And let's try that as a line. There we go. Oops, completely backwards. I'll choose that and check one more time. I'll choose 70. Oh, for God's sake. East. It's taking them as the equivalent. Twist azimuth for the selected polyline. Either 90 or 270. All right, let's do it this way. I'll draw from here to there. There we go, for everyone's sake. All right. So, so now I've got the elevation there. I've got the elevation along on this part. So that's the bottom of my wall. So I'm going to go and isolate one more time to just, I want to get rid of the, or I want to select just those 2D polylines, and I'm going to turn that into the little envelope, and I'm going to create the top of the wall. And we're going to use that to inset it a little bit so that we don't have any of these vertical edges when we go to model our surface. So I'm going to choose view, show hide by selection, and we're going to isolate by selection. I'm going to pick once over here and pick that blue one, which is my 2D. I'll pick on that other side, which is that blue one. And now that is the inside line and the outside line, but I want that as a closed polyline. So I'm going to simply join nearest and put those two together. And now it's a closed, let's see over here, it's closed polyline. Now, if that's going to be the bottom face of my wall, just like a curb, I need to inset the top edge so that that has a little bit of a vertical taper and it's not going to have a vertical edge. So I'm going to just simply take that as a just a standard offset. I'm sorry. So I could do the old 3D offset and tie all those together, but as a quicker way, I'm going to now offset just a plain old standard offset. And let's do it by a point, let's get say 0.05. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to go to the inside. All right, and now I've got that one. And just to keep track better, I'm going to make it red so we can see when we're editing. And I'm going to now go back to view, and I'm going to show hide, and I'm going to say show all. And now I'm back to the isolation I did on the wall itself. And I still want to do a little bit of isolation here. I'm going to show hide. We will isolate by selection. I'm going to do a crossing on the wall, but I'll hold the shift key down and select the top of the patch. So now I've got all of those wall lines, and I'm going to again grab these wall labels. Making sure I get them out. There's another one. Wall, that's a set of stairs. But just so you get a sense of how we're going to do it. So I now have inset this as the top. Again, it's down at 0. So if we set that, and I've got I'm going to take this blue polyline. It's the 2D. I'm going to right click and choose draw order, send it to the back. I want my 3D polyline draw order. I'm going to send that to the front. Draw order being to front. Same thing over here. Select that one. Draw order, bring that to the front. And that's so I can see, make sure I'm using the right things when I'm doing this. So that's my 3D. And they're two individual ones. I'm actually going to go ahead and join them together. So I'll do another join nearest. And let's say join across convert lines are only join identical elevations. So that should work. So I'll pick that and that. I hit enter and it says, yes, I joined two entities. So now that is a 3D. And we're going to set this red line as the top of the wall. And it's going to be set based on, these numbers here. And we'll see where that puts things, how they look. Okay. So we're going to go back to our 3D data, polyline elevation editor. We'll check that. And we're going to put them all here, I think, as controls. And let's look here. Number one. This would be one and is 1 and 14, but why did it give me 15? That's what I remember. There's 15. But 1 and 15 are the same point. Okay, so that's fine. So if I select 1 and I control click the 15, I'm going to set those elevations to 777. And I'm going to now go up here and set 2 and 13. To 785. And I haven't put a point in it here yet, but we can go ahead and do that by adding a vertex, and I'll snap there. And I will also put one here opposite it. Forgot to put this back. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to add, put it there. Now I've got those 2 points. That's number 15 now. So select that one, and that one is 3. So I'm going to say 3 and 15. They are, what did we say? 785. Then what we have here, 4 and 13 are 787. So 4 and 13. Seven. And we've got 5 and 12 that are going to be 792. And we could add one in here, put that in. I'll leave that for another exercise, just to give you an idea of the sense of what we're doing with this. So now what do we have? 6 and 11. Seven and 1. Seven, 10. Seven, 8. Eight, 9 or 776, 25 should be the same as on the ground. 776 and a quarter. And now that's showing me that I've got a couple of low points, one of which is still 0, apparently this number 17. And that needs to be also 777. And then what is my other low spot? And it could be, it's right here. Apparently this type something. So maybe something like that. All right, so right now, for whatever reason, 14 got set from that inset that we did before, and it's sitting at 392. But I know it's going to float between 15 and 13, so I'm just going to simply uncheck it. And that's going to let that float between those two. As long as 13 is 787, it is, and then 785, it is. Okay, so now I've got another one up. But it may be, yeah, this is not. Let's see if I view that profile. Vertical exaggeration, let's say none. There we go. So now that's going to look like that. And if I point 625. Yeah, okay. So that's where it touches down and then turns around and goes back up the other side. So that's probably good. I'll say okay. And we will take a look at it in a 3D viewer and see if there's something just radically wiped out about it. I suspect there might be, but it looks like it was all right. There's that back part of that wall, which is really sort of, like I said, I don't know that I believe that in terms of, even though we
I
laid it
think
on.
that's where they're they have those design contours though. So it's probably gonna get rid of that. Let me see.
Yeah, but it was that purple line was generated by laying that on the existing grade. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that.
Yeah, but that's where they're changing their
Oh, I see what you're saying. This could be existing ground, but
yeah, but there
they,
is they have contours there. That's
yeah,
that spot.
so the ultimate might be they're going to change what that's going to be. All right, so what we'll need to do is to take out those particular vertices. It may be the same thing back there. Or, maybe that wall does come up here and then steps up to there and goes, down and over. So we just don't know. And usually the engineers are not knowing either, and they're waiting for the contractor to be the one that fixes it in the field. So see there's another case there. So they're going to probably fix that back part of the wall. So so instead of the outside of the wall being on the ground, we can now actually match that up to be even with the red line. Yeah, that would govern that then here. So that'll fix that. All right. So we will take this guy and we're going to I'm going to break it at this corner. So just edit, break. And select the point. And do the same thing over here. So that's now going to be the one that I'm going to throw away. And I'm going to sit on, and obviously my best approach to drawing that is if I draw a 2D poly, I'm going to go from here right, so that's now 2D. And so, oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, so it's now 2D, but I wanted to read the elevations of that red line to set its elevations around the corner. So I'm going to say 2D to 3D by screen entities. And I'm going to give it that intersection extend tolerance. Now we had a half a tenth, so a tenth should be fine. We will ignore zeros, extrapolate the end elevations. That should be okay. We'll say okay. I'm going to select that as the line I want to convert. And that is the one that I want to read. All right, so let's see what we got. If we select this and this, I'm just going to hover and look at the bottom coordinates. Oops, sorry, I got to get the right one. There we go. So that is 7625. That should be 7625. That is 78 or 788, there's 788, so it has successfully inherited those. I probably would need to add this extra little flat spot. You can see. If it's obviously got a kink in it, but it looks like, yeah, it did have a little bit of a kink in it. So did we add that one? Not add that one. We did have two here. So if we edit that polyline, if we add put one right there. So now we've got those two. And to set the elevation of that one, we're going to grab this icon to set the elevation from the screen. And we'll just jump to the endpoint of that. And we're going to come over to this one. So here, make it a control point, set its elevation, also equal to the endpoint of that. Okay. We go again. So that's looking pretty good. Except for that one little goofball thing there, it's gonna. Aha. So now we need to pull that guy back down to that corner. I'm just gonna come here and like that, so that's gonna go down to there. And okay. Now, another thing that I like to do to help me visualize these better at walls, for instance, is I'm going to leave this in a slightly spun up state, and this is just the tops that I'm looking at, I think. Yeah, well, no, actually it's the top and the bottom, so I'm going to do this. Yeah, there we go. I still have I've still got a little small thing. Let's get the need to be in front of you. Yeah. That's all I would make that one. And I'm still missing. Just bringing this anyway, without belaboring the issue. What I typically do will set the I'm going to set in some little visual guidelines here. Oh, wait a minute, I missed one. No. And let's do this from the inside courtyard to the top, across to the top, and out to the bottom. Now this is, it's a lot easier to visualize from the bottom, you know, if there's some height on the back of the wall. Right now, we don't have that. We're going to just come up to the top and come across, and this is flat and goes out to flat. Actually, what we should do next is to offset that outside top line and put it down on the existing ground. Except we got that goofball thing in the back. But so now, when I look at this, you know, my model, that looks a lot more like a wall to me. And I would use that to help me to model things, and knowing that I have got it in um, in proper form, so that when I build this as part of my future grade, the future surface, I don't have any, I'm not going to have any vertical edges. I'm going to have that actually model itself correctly.
Yeah.
It's going to be my actual retaining wall. I could then put that in at, if I wanted to come up with those material quantities, I could just go back to that 2D polyline around there, find the area of that. My average wall height, or if I wanted that as a volume, I could actually, if I did this with my SiteNet tools, I could put that on a layer, on a wall layer. Let's see, what do we call it? Seawall model. And if I made I defined that. I could come here and put, first of all, up here, the material type itself is going to be concrete. Subgrades, that's actually that. Subgrades and include in the material quantity report. So that would be that material cost per. Right, material cost per 0.7 page. I was looking for the actual material cost per. I should have just said material cost here, fell at the number per square foot, okay. But these are the subgrades, so these are the materials underneath that wall. I'm trying, if I want to get the volume of that wall, then I would go ahead and build that as a surface. Build the existing ground as a surface, which we already have, but it's got some problems. And then I would see what it would take to actually construct that. The other approach on these walls too is this. This wall, you can understand if you're on the inside here and you're building this wall, there's going to be, blocks or concrete or whatever that you're building the wall out of. And they're going to go from the footer down here, at the base here. That's going to also be the base of the wall on the back side of the wall. And so it's going to come up to that top height. And that's going to make that a uniform, thick stress wall. But what I've done with it here, instead of thinking of it in terms of material volume, the actual structure of the wall, this is the surface. This is the face of the finished surface. So the existing ground comes along and it hits here and just continues over, then drops nearly vertical, and then goes across here, and as it climbs up, comes to the back. So this is the way that you would model this as a surface component. But if you wanted that volume component, you would need to model the back side of this wall.
Yeah.
Not up here, but down below. And I would basically just take this and offset it. And bring that down below. In fact, if we did, if I move that to the dot XY of itself, the Z would be here. And I moved this to the dot X, Y. Of itself, and the Z would be here. Move this to the dot XY of itself, and the Z would be here. This to the dot XY of itself. Z is here. XY. Okay, now that being accomplished, the last thing to accomplish is to put the backs on. Oops. So you can see how this is actually, once you're used to it, and working in those 3D views, this is a lot easier to manipulate things in, but you have to realize though, or have to be aware of rather, that some of the Carlson commands only work in plan view, and some of them might work in this 3D view, but they require you to be in a world coordinate system. So now, here's a case you could actually, that's the actual construction of the wall, even though the ground on the back is going to come up into, the here at the top. So you're going to fill all that in there. So as a surface, we had it correctly the previous way, and this is as a volume or as a structure of how we would actually model that. Okay. And I don't know in terms of your equipment that you use. I'm thinking I'm more familiar with things like the excavators and graders, but do you have anything like, I don't know, I can't imagine what it might be.
So like for me, like for our work, like I would model bottom of wall on the inside where it is at elevation that it calls out.
Yep.
And then depending on the back side, if it calls out, if it typically, like if there's a bigger retaining wall, usually it has like a swell behind it with like a V ditch or something. So I mean, depending on that, I kind of use that to set the back wall. And if the contractor, typically it's a different contractor that does the walls, but if they want the wall, like top of wall, I'll just give them a 3D polyline at top of wall, at the back, but leave it out of the surface. I would only match, basically where grade is at each side of the wall. And then we have contractors that use excavators, and they'll ask for they might ask for the footing. Okay. So we take the wall line work, and I mean, depending on how it comes through, if but we can give them like we'll give them like a top of footer or bottom of footer, and then they can dig to that.
Okay, yeah, and then they would use their like backhoes or excavators or something.
Yeah, then they can get the grade. But yeah, retaining walls are kind of everybody goes about it differently, because a lot of times even the CAD work doesn't represent the actual wall. You know what I mean? It's just a line.
You know what you mean exactly, because I'm looking at this one, and there's no there's no guarantee that this is done like this.
Yeah.
Might be, but it might be a step down and it's flat across the top here and then
Yeah.
step goes.
Yeah. So that's where like retaining walls are kind of just like for me, I modeled to the bottom of the wall, basically where grade is on each side. And
Mhm.
then if they ask for something like, hey, we're gonna dig the footing and we need that information, then we can go from there. But half the time the wall is just represented as one line. And I might not even have details for what the wall even is.
Mhm.
It could be a Gabion basket wall or
Oh, yeah.
you know, or a concrete, you know, bunker block wall. I don't, we don't know a lot of the time. So, yeah, so that's kind of what we do with
All right.
it. There's lots of,
All
there's
right,
kind
so yeah, I mean, to illustrate the point of some of the things that you can get into when you get these files, um, that's sort of illustrative, but take a look at these things like when you get that and it says it's an AECC 10,
yeah,
go straight to that file, import, and look for Civil 3D. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this PDF and some of the tools to elevate contours, which you may or may not already be familiar with. So I'm going to close this file and let's take this. Go a different one. Let's go to oops. Already it looks like. Maybe. See. Let's go. Yeah, it is. All right. So we're going to be working in our examples 5 Guardian. I've got a file in there already. If I open, you don't need to do this, but I'm going to go to examples 5 and I look at this. I've got 2 things. I've got this working folder. I've got base, all of these different things. This is like PDFs after the second stage, PDFs after the PDF conversion. It's not a PDF, that's a DWG after stage 2, after stage 3. And um, I think this may be the finished one. I'm going to look at this one, but we're going to take in the PDF and get that quickly elevated. Or as quickly as we can. Come on. Deep set associate. That may be why it's struggling. It's trying to find. Some other reference files. I think this was just a case of The engineer said, oh, hey, here's your DWG file, but they didn't include any of the XREFs that make up the content.
Happens all the time.
Oh, yeah. And what's so frustrating to me, and I'm an engineer, but what is so incredibly frustrating to me is that if you say anything, hey guys, why didn't you give me this? You're expecting them to know their product, to know how to use their tools, and they don't, and then they get all bent out of shape and they get defensive,
Oh yeah, they get all. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not all there? That's the
well,
base
there's a
file.
problem.
Whatever.
That's what
is-
we do. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm missing all these XREFs. I don't know.
All
I
right.
get that.
So, all right. So let's take a look at what we would do to start to construct that, even though we know we've got that file. So if I go back here and just do a new file. And I'm going to go ahead and put that in that in my 3D machine control class data sets. I'm going to go into that examples 5 Guardian, and I'm going to call this one grading plan from PDF. And it was 30 scale, just let that go, say next to that. And when it comes up to the next one for my coordinate file, I'll switch that to a new one. No import, say next, and that should deliver me here to nowhere. Now, so we've got the PDF that we're going to use to bring this in. It's in this Guardian, it's in that same folder. Now here's the entire drawing set. You can see there's all kinds of multiple sheets, but I've got them broken out at this point. I've got the details, I've got the existing conditions plan. That's what we're going to want first. And then we've got a grading plan. Okay. Then your stormwater management, all that site plan, the different things that we can use with it. So we're going to use the PDF source and we'll look at the existing conditions plan. I'm going to look at it here in our viewer. And here's a great example of some of the tools that we're going to have to deal with. We've got these hatched areas and we've got these dashed contours. And I can tell you right now, because I did this work. Oh, you see this little hump right there at that elevation 1140? And there's also a little, whatever that mark is from, who knows? This is coming from engineers and this is coming from gateway engineers, which, I know and work with a lot of those people at Gateway. And I can tell you that, their biggest calling card is that they can put together a set of drawings, get the right notes on it and the right title block for it and get it, whipped out and done pretty quickly. And usually the approving agencies will go ahead and just stamp. Oh, it must be great because look how great this drawing is. Yeah, but it's not really all that great. I know the engineers that work and so you just have to take all that with a grain of salt. So there's some little goofball thing going on in there, but we'll take care of all of that when we look at this file. And this is called existing conditions plan .pdf. So that's the one we want to bring in. And there's a number of ways to bring this in. You can bring it in as an image file. I don't can't remember if I do extra. I attach it. Yeah, see, I can attach a PDF. And when you attach a PDF, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go to my site. Data sets, and we're going to be in example 5. a PDF source, and then I'm going to choose existing conditions plan. I'm going to open that, and it lets you choose if there's more than one page. In this case, it's one page. Everything's good to go there. I'm going to leave it set to, it's going to come in at 0, 0, 0 at a scale of 1. Right. So that's going to come in as an attachment. And if I zoom extents, I'm going to see the thing come in. All right, so here is a nice little way to help us set the scale for this. And if I actually measure from the bar scale here, if I know that this was done at 1 inch equals 30 feet. Okay. So, but to have this to be scaled correctly, I need to measure from here over to here, and it should be 30 feet, then 60, and then, all right, so that should be 120 feet. Long enough. I click on that and see it's 3.9998 units. Okay, so this scaling needs to be resolved. So you can do several things. Simply select the PDF, just grab the frame around the edges of it. And then let's scale that. So we're going to edit, scale, standard scale. And we're going to give it a base point. I'm going to go to a base point of, say, this bottom corner of my graphic scale. So it's going to scale it around that, and I can either graphically show it, type in a number, or I'm going to type R for reference. And it wants to know the reference length. Well, that's going to be from that corner to that corner. And now it wants to know the new, which will be 120. Okay. Now I'm going to zoom extents. I'll go back and double check this, and now I should see that that's indeed 30 feet over there. And sure enough, there it is. So we've made it the right size now to help us go on. Now, so what all do we have in here? I've got a property line. Let's say maybe I would like to use that property line, or maybe bring that in as part of my work. So it'd be nice to I get up here and I get a lot of mess. It'd be nice to sort of isolate that layer, but I don't know that it's on a particular layer in the PDF file. But right now, it is just a PDF.
Yeah,
it is extract into it. So I could, however, make a layer called property line, and I could start drawing my way around this drawing. And that may be the way a lot of people do this. All right. So there's an alternative to that. And that's going to be what we'll look at next. And that is going to be to actually import. So I'm going to erase that. That's gone out of our way. And we're going to go to File, Import, Standard Import. And we go up here and find our working location again. Those are existing conditions. And so this one's going to be a little bit different than the attach. So the file name that shows us, we can browse and find another one if you want, which page out of whichever page numbers total. You can look at grids, little thumbnails, I'm trying to say. And right there it is, PDF scales 1:1. It's on an architectural D size sheet of 36 by 24. It's at 1:1. So location, specify 1 with no rotation. And now right here, the PDF data to import, you want vector geometry, yes. Solid fills, so if there are any 2D solids, they're gonna come in as fills. Any true type text, any PDF layers. And you can tell it to join the lines and arcs that it finds connected to get that share the same input endpoints. And you can apply any lightweight properties, etc., that you might have preset, but we're good to go with that. I'm making my options button, which is okay. That's the actual AutoCAD options. I don't know why it's there exactly, but anyway, there it is. I'll say okay, let it run. Now it's still going to probably be still going to probably have this sort of messed up scaling. Yeah, it should still be 120, and it still comes in as just under 4. But notice the difference is what I've got here. If I select that, that's a polyline.
Yeah.
If I select that, that's a hatch. It recognize that even though it's a piece of text, it's going to take that as a piece of as a solid hatch. So you know, we're going to be getting rid of a lot of that. We're still going to need to scale everything here, so we can edit. I'll do something here. I'm going to rotate this just slightly like so. Or maybe it's a little more than slightly. But if we had brought this stuff in and it was like, you know, it wasn't setting square to the screen and we needed to scale it up to that new scale, and then we need to rotate it around to make it match it to be horizontal across the top. So are you familiar with the command to edit this align command?
No.
Okay. So it's a really handy thing, and it's really, you can do it by, in fact, sometimes I still do. I grab everything, I rotate it based on, you know, some things that I may have found, and then I'll scale it and maybe move it and that kind of stuff. But you can do all this stuff together with that align command. So if I say edit align to, well, 2D align, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to move these things into a position and have it take care of scaling and rotating and everything else that I want. So really the good thing that I have now, I could have a situation like this property line, and there you can see, wow, that was the property corner that sort of blew up the line. But I could have, maybe I've got this because I drew a deed somewhere. All right, and so if I had this deed wherever it was, and I've got this line north 82 43 40 at 117.41 distance. I could do that. I could also take, I know that I've got that 120 line, but it should be horizontal for me to be able to do it. Let's put in this particular line. Because if you've got something that you can match that you know is going to help. In fact, we'll do this one. It's not bad, I guess. Let's see if I select. All right, that will work, or maybe this will be, well, that's a curve. It's too a nice flat curve. Let's see, there's a Yeah, yeah. That's the one I have to hit is that and not that. There we go. All right, so if I had some, you know, I twisted this, it came in slightly askew. I've actually converted everything into a drawing, but I'm going to draw a line to use this alignment with. So I'm going to come up here to my properties. I'm going to make that red and give it a little weight so I can see it. Just for giggles right now to help me get line. And I'm going to say, draw a 2D polyline. And I'm going to, let me see. Uncheck that. There we go. So now I'm going to go from, say, just anywhere arbitrarily here. And now because I know that deed bearing and distance,
Mhm.
I'm going to put that in there. So I've got a D for distance is one of my options. So I'm going to type D. Let me put this back if I can. All right, so I'm going to type D for distance. And it wants to know the distance, and that had to be 225. Enter. Now, define the direction method. Either go toward the way the cursor is pointed to a line, a pick, or an angle. I'm going to do it by an angle because I know what the angle is. So I think that for that. And now my angle code, I've got 1 through 9. And you may not be familiar with this as a code to enter bearings, but if you look at the north, south, east, west as a quadrant, you know, you got your axes around the, and you got a circle that goes around it. So quadrants 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the northeast quadrant, the southeast quadrant, the southwest quadrant, and the northwest quadrant. So if it's a northeast bearing, that's going to be our quadrant 1. That's going to be our answer. The rest of those options, and you can see above, the line above it says 1 means northeast, 2 means southeast, blah, blah, blah. 5 means azimuth, 6 means an angle to the left, 7 means angle right, 8 means a deflection left, and then a deflection right. So we're going to choose 1 because it is a northeast bearing, and we're going to hit enter. But the only question we're answering now, we're not putting in the angle itself yet. Now we put the bearing in terms of degrees, a decimal, and 2 digits for the minute and 2 digits for the seconds, or however many you have. So 42.274. Enter. Enter. Oops. Yeah, that's all I need. So now there's what that line should actually look like. That's what this should line up to. Okay. So I'm going to align all of this stuff from that point to there and that point up to the other one and have it rotate and work around. And when we do that, it's going to bring this north arrow to be straight up. It's not going to line it up on the page. If I wanted to line it up on the page, I could have done, you know, one of these other things. And that's probably what I really would be doing instead of working at these goofball angles. But here's how this command is going to work now. If I say edit align, 2D align, I don't have any elevation information there. It says select the entities to align. Well, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to grab everything that's there except for my red line that I just drew. I'll hit enter. And now it's going to ask us for a first source point. It's going to ask us for a source and destination. So since my file said north 42, 27, 40 east 225, that's from this corner. So wherever I can get as close, there it is, looks like that endpoint. I'm going to click on that. So that's my first point. That corresponds to that point right there as my destination point. Now it says it wants to know the second source point. So that's going to be this one. Oh Lord. How am I going to find that? Let me get rid of some of this mess here. Much better. All right, so let's see, is this an actual circle? It is, but I can go to. Oh, didn't get a circle down there. Oh, well. All right, we'll try that one more time here. Edit align. 2D align. What do I want to align? All of this stuff. Now, source point is there. Destination is there. Second source point is the center of that circle. And it's going to be the end point here. And so now I've told it how to do that transformation with source to destination, source to other destination. It asked me, do I want to scale those objects based on those align points? Well, in this case, yes, I do. And there we go. It looked like it hadn't done anything, but it was in the process. So it's now created all of this geometry that actually lines up, you see exactly on that red line. That's my boundary around it. So if I had that already surveyed, I could do it that way. Now, if I look at this, this should be certainly close. It's probably not going to be exact, but if I go from 0, say, to 120, it might be. So that's if I go from here to here, it's 119.9895. So, and you see the north arrow is now pointing straight up, as we said it would. So that's one thing, that one way that we could have done that. The other, and let's do this very quickly. I'm going to do it the other way around. I'm going to say, I'm just going to go from here. Ortho mode, 120 feet. Yeah, let's try that view. Five 90. There it's 120. We're gonna do that same thing. Align, edit, align. We'll say all. And then I'm gonna remove. So I type R and I put my red line. My first source is going to be here. by snapping. Now the second point is going to also be this endpoint, and it's going to go to there. So that's just the align command is a way that if you've got some geometry you're trying to match, and you can say, hey, take this mess of this PDF, bring it from here to here as one point, from here as another point. Sort of like the rubber sheeting was earlier today, but
Yeah.
but it can only do 2 total points. So now, what? Oh. They're still on 20. You know what happened? Why did I ask that question, and why did it not look right? I'm not going to set this. I'm going from there to there. My second point is from there to there. So I did this. I said, okay, there we go. And I hit enter, and all it wound up doing was moving to the first point and setting the rotation, but it didn't change the size. And that's because I neglected to answer this question. By default, it was set to no.
Yeah.
So do I want to scale based on the, yes, I do indeed. So now it's going to rotate, move it. It's going to move it, rotate it, and scale it all in one shot. Now there is an express tool that will do the same type of thing as well. So now we've got it. Okay. So the other thing is, now what do we have here? I've got, if I select that, I see that is a polyline, and it's on a layer called PDF geometry. There's another polyline. Wow. Okay, and it is of length 0.4950. So just under half a foot each one. And there are a blue million of them. They're supposed to represent the asphalt. So we could isolate, say, that layer, but that's not going to do us a whole lot of good, because look at all kinds of other things on that layer.
Yeah.
So we could also try to select a quick select. Let's see if I can do this. All of the polylines. Whose length is less than 0.5. Certainly got enough of them. Looks like it got all of them. Yippee-ki-yay. And I'm going to just simply erase those. And then you've got things like this, which are long crosshatch patterns, but they're blown up in individual things under a layer called PDF geometry, which is pretty much everything in the whole file. So, you know, you might wind up having to say erase, and you want to do an F for a fence selection, and you might start here and go try to get as many of these cleared out as you can in one spot. And, you know, just basically some cleanup like so. You can also just simply select with the delete key. Because a lot of that stuff is just going to be getting in your way. You just sort of got to clean it up. But any of those kind of strategies where you can, you know, make more global selection, then that's what you're going to be, you know, thinking toward. All right. So now we've gotten rid of a couple of hatch patterns, and we need to look at these layers. Now I've got this on again, the layer called PDF geometry. All right, so there's not a not a lot of filtering going on here, and I'm going to have to join those things together. All right, so you know there's a not insignificant amount of work that you might be looking at having to do. So let's take a look at the one of the other options here. So that was the import where it brought it in. If I were to I'm gonna get rid of all of this stuff here to just save a little drawing memory. I can't really isolate stuff. I've got hatches. Is that a true hash? No, that's a solid. So I could do a quick select of all solids. Select them all. And just let's look at all of those. That's no idea. That's the actual frame around the solid, and they're not consistent. You know, so if I try to select similar there, I'm going to get all kinds of line work. Yeah, so I can't do anything with that. So you know that's not a lot of there's not a whole lot of magic in that. I can't really separate out this file. But if you do happen to, I mean, other than just going through the brute force approach of that, if you do happen to get, and we'll go ahead and select everything here and just clean it out. If you happen to get a file, a PDF file that is got layer information in it, and you're getting that more and more,
Yeah.
and you know, isolate those layers and put them together. So let's look at some of those tools to put those together, and let's see if we open from our example 5 folder and working. Let's look at this stage 2, 3. Sure. Hang on a quick second before you go to the effort of bringing those in. Let me see, because yeah, see, that's still independent. But that's on, I brought this in by preserving layer names, so I at least have a little bit. A filtering note, not. All right, so that's not the one that we want. I've got this done to a certain point, and I want to make sure we get to the right. I think we took this. No, so that's already been. we might still do that. Let me try something else here. That would be keep going up. Garden source to create say PDF. And elevation 0 and 0, but we're on the right letters. Okay, this is which one we want. So open the file called PDF convert stage 2. That's in the working folder and
Got it.
got it. All right. So that's got some things here. If we check our distance, I'm pretty sure we're up to 120. Yeah, just slightly over. We'll live with that. Now, so what we've got here are a series of these little line segments. Everything's at 0, but I had at one point gone through and put these on their proper layers. So now after you've done all that work, let's see how to elevate these things, how to first turn them into contours and then elevate them. So first thing I want to do is to isolate those layers. So I'm going to pick that and I'm going to choose the, one of each type, the contour line and the label. And I'll zoom out, and make sure, okay, that's entirely what I might want to do. Now I've got a situation here where, it's hard to interpret that. That was the drawing right down here. That's all we had from that drawing. You see, it goes around some railroad tracks and they're showing a contour line that does this and oh, but maybe it does that. Oh, but wait, maybe it does this. This is invalid crap.
Yeah.
Whoever accepted that to begin with, but that's what you gotta deal with. And now the good thing is we're not doing any work on a railroad, and I'm looking at these and I see they're all pretty consistent across the railroad. So, I would make a choice. Let's just get rid of these things here. And say, we'll pretend it does that. And we'll do the same thing here. Who knows? Who knows what it does? And let's see, we'll keep. Oh, so, and then we took that and that. Right, so just sort of visually cleaning up any particular things. And this is like right in here. I think that's the building corner sitting there. So I'm not going to screw around with a lot of that stuff, but I do want to turn these into, in fact, let me, I want to turn on all layers just to make sure, the building does sit like that. So I will now undo that. I just want to make sure I know not to connect a couple things up. All right. So the first thing I want to do to be able to elevate these is I want to, I'm sorry, did you say something?
Yeah.
No, okay. So the first thing I want to do is to join these up together. So if I do a join nearest, I could say, let's say join only identical layers. That's another little filter I could put on there. So that it won't go from, say, this red line down to a green line. That's one thing I could do. Or I could even make this a little easier. I've got these two layers isolated. I'm going to further isolate, and I'm just going to get the one like so, just the majors. And now I've already set its line type to be this, for that layer name, it has a dashed line type Z for major. So just to, and it's set to a line type called contour. I'm going to make this continuous just so I can tell when something happens, and I'll change it back later. But, so I'm going to do a join nearest. And I'm going to make sure that I either, one of the things I want to do, like if I wanted to go across here or across some of these gaps, I want to basically fill in the gap. I don't want to do these other things. I don't want to average the points together because I'm going to be, changing where those directions go. Like if I were to do these two, that's going to go right up to the tip of that arrow is going to be where the endpoints of both of those segments are going to go. And that's not really what I want. I want that to directly connect endpoints. So it's going to draw across the gap. And it will draw across these gaps. So it's going to leave me with a number of a number of vertices that I don't really want. But I'll fix that in a minute. Now, if you don't, and it's easy to forget, if you don't choose this maximum separation to join up here correctly, if you leave it set to small and you go to do it and you say, oh, why won't my command work? It's probably because that gap is too small. So I'm going to hit the pick button and I'm going to now come down here and just make sure that I'm off to the side of it. I'm not snapping to it. I'm just making sure I'm at least as big, if not bigger, than the gap of the dash. And so I'm going to do that. Now here's something, sort of keep an eye on what that looks like. But if I select everything, all right. So it did a good job on some of these, but you can see how it sort of, jumped across the gap.
Yeah.
All right, so these are okay. This one is the case down here where the gap was just too big. So if I do this and just make it say 10. There we go. That took care of that one. So that one, that one, that one, that one. All looks great. That looks great. That looks great. That looks a little suspect in a couple of places, like right in there maybe. But right in here, it's horrible. So this went up and came back and came around here and down here and then back here, I believe is how it went. That was the 11, 20, right here. So it went across here and it did actually come up that corner and down because it's riding that curb line. It came down here. I came across and then down, sort of made a appearance through that. That's actually real concrete gutter. All right, so no problem. Now I know what it looks like. I'm going to clear out some of those segments where I know they don't belong, like here and here and here and here and here and here. So now instead of having done that as a big global edit, I could do the same thing here. I've got a case there where it found that the gap was allowable. So it found that and it jumped across and started drawing it when it really needs to jump here before it jumps there. So in that particular case, you might just do something like so. and just sort of manually repair those gaps. I think they're okay, and then we would do, that was all good. What I've got. And then maybe just a little bit of drag. In this case, perhaps I would do this. I'll give it a big enough gap distance. Direct connect. And I would go from, say, here to here. I'm doing this individually to go across single gaps because I don't want it to do that weird zigzaggy thing. Oh, there's a case where it did that again. I gotta go back now and erase that. And then move that to, all right, so I've got that one done. I think this is all still. Looks like I've repaired all of the questionable things, so I will join nearest once again. Put my gap went down to like 0.2 directly connect, and just grab across. And now if I hover, I see that I get the entire line. It's going back in those little areas that I filled in and corrected. It took care of for me. All right. So to elevate these from our 3D data menu, this is in this whole section called assign contour elevation. Have you done these often?
Not in Carlson.
Oh, okay, good. Then you're going to assign these by a couple of ways. You can do a single elevation group. So if you had like a whole bunch of these that said 1120, you give it the elevation, you pick until you're out of 1120s. The other option is to do a from contour labels. If these were actual text, it would actually read that text and assign it to this elevation. This is not text, you see, it's a hat. Okay, so we can't really do that with that one. If you remember, we talked the first day about the help system.
Yeah.
And the tutorials. If you get a chance to work through that and you go through that take off site neck from start to finish, that has those things set up correctly to be able to read the text. And that really will step you through some of that stuff pretty quickly. But we got some other new tools here in just a minute, don't despair. So now that's good for that layer. I'm going to now save my work real quick, and I'm going to thaw and on all layers, and then restore, or I'm sorry, not restore, but isolate again, just my intermediates. And I would do the same type of thing here. Now, right in here is where you're going to get some really serious mistakes in that join nearest. So I'm going to also on V topo minor, I'm gonna take V topo minor, make it instead of contour 2, I'm gonna make it also continuous, just so I can tell when it's done. And I'm gonna sort of pre-build this. I will make sure I'm over that gap and directly connect. Yeah, and then maybe I'd even consider rounding this out just a little bit. So it's not quite so drastic. I don't know. And then I'm going to put that one to that one. And then that one to that one. And that one to that one. That one to that one. All right, so I probably fixed that part. Okay, this is. Oh no, see, there's so there's one of these that they've actually got drawn on, if I recall correctly, where if you just join it up the way you think it's going to join, you're off by 2 feet. And I can't remember where it is. Here's a case here. I'm going to get rid of these. And again, I'm just sort of spot touching these areas that I know are going to be a problem. I'll give it a bigger gap. Directly connect identical layers. Take the distance from here to here. Okay. Click, click. There we go. Fine. Right. Probably would have an issue here. So you could do something like what we've been doing, or you could even come in and say, all right, I'm going to go from here. I see an obvious inflection point along here. I'll go down to there, maybe to here, here. And I want to get out of that little folded up area. And so I'm going to take all these little guys out. So that'll work. Got some goofiness in here. That will probably work. This will. Oh, I need to clear that. I'll just take this guy straight over. This guy. Remove. All right, so there's some of this stuff that you're going to need to consider cleaning up. And now I'm just going to join nearest. I'll give it, let's say, a 5-foot gap. That should be sufficient. It might be too efficient, but it's now joined up. There's one line. Okay, so join there. this had this going up. So I'm just gonna stretch that over. I don't see anything too terribly obvious. Get one last little bit here. This out. Close enough for jazz. Anyway, you get the idea. So I'm gonna take that out. We're not gonna spend all week trying to do that. We just want to learn some of these techniques. Okay. So now with that, I'm going to restore my layers and I'm going to isolate one last time to get just the contours. Oh, actually, one thing I did want to do, I do want to fix that. Maybe probably a little planter box or something in there that I just went through. All right. So let's isolate these. We'll do a new join nearest. Just make it up 0.1. All right, so I think I got everything like I like it without any of those little gotchas. We do, except for this. So that we got a nice representation. We will now restore. Let's see, do I get everything? Looks like restore our layers. So now we've got all of these layers here, and they're not showing elevation. Okay. So I mean, they have labels, but they are all, you zoom this up and look at it, they're all dead flat. So we have to build some elevation. And we're going to do that by some of these other tools. So what you want to look for is a place where you have an increasing run. Here's like 112, there's 112, there's 112, 14, 16. 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. This guy probably needs to come across there, so maybe we would put that in there as well. And now going nearest this, and this. All right, so 28 to 30 to 32, 46, 8, 40, 42. So anyway, you're trying to, we want to strike a line across to set these at a particular elevation. Okay. So 3D data. Or not 2D, 3D, but a sine contour elevation. This is going to be multiple in series. So now there's a couple of extra tools in here that they've just recently added. They used to not have this color business to let you know, because the takeoff program that they have and the construction module is actually color based, and it can tell you, you could say all your contours are red until you give them an elevation, and then they're going to be green, you know, something like that. So you don't have to keep looking at this stuff and looking at the properties. So there's a little something like that now with this command that they've added, that you can say, all right, I want to change the polyline properties, and you could actually change the layer that they go on. And now I'm not going to do the layer. I like the layers that they're on. So I'm going to clear that out, and I'm going to set my line type is going to be back to by layer. Whereas, oh, I'm sorry. They are by layer now. I changed the layer definition. So if I change this line type, let me see. Really, I'm going to set my keep my width at 0. I'm just going to set my color to pink to 210. 210. So once it has an elevation, it should change color, and then I'll set the color back where I need it. So now it's asking me for a first point. So I want to get as many of these as I can in a runs, because I don't want to go from 112 to 112 because that's not changing in series. So I'm going to go from 112. I want to make sure I cross the 14, 16, 18, 20, get as many of these crossed as you can without missing something along the way. And I think that's probably it for now. So I click there for a second point, and it says, okay, what's the beginning elevation? And that was 11, 12. Did it go uphill or downhill? We're going uphill. And it's going by 2-foot contour intervals. That was what we set in the dialog box. I forgot to show you that. Okay, so now all of those, if you look, because I changed it, you see how the purple ones have elevation, and these are the ones that don't. So that's a good way to, without having to do that spin up, I can say, oh, I've neglected to do that one. And you can do it a number of ways, right? You can say 116 or 1116, you could go over to its properties, set it there. Now that doesn't change the color. You would have to do a match properties to make that happen. There's one 1112. So I'm going to do, here's an 1112. I got a bunch of 1112s. So I'm going to go back to my 3D data, assign contour elevations, a single elevation group, and that elevation is going to be 1112. That's by contour elevation. I don't think this is right. Select to set to elevation 11, 12. So this one. Yeah, this is all right. So that one and that one. There. And now it steps you up to the next one, but I'm done. That's where you're gonna pick multiples of a given single elevation and you can set the step rate. So now, if we select with a quick select polylines whose elevation is greater than 0, make their color begin. So now here's another case of the series. We had this 68, 70, 72, 74. So we'll go back to that one.
Didn't get that. Could you try again?
I said SERIES and it thought I said SIRI. So this by multiple in series again. First point is second point, and it wants to know the beginning elevation, which will be 1168. And it's going to go up by 2. So, all right, so and that took care of the color for us. And there's an 08 and a 10. Eight. Up. Okay, so I'm relatively sure that I've got, maybe not this one. I'll look at it and see, yep, there's elevation of 0. So I'm going to match that for that. So I'm going to match. All right, so now I'm going to go back to my line styles. This will be my contour. This will be my contour 2. And I'm going to select everything and make its color also by layer. And did I really do that?
I did the same thing. So my first selection, I didn't set my contours at 2. I set them at 1.
Yeah. Let's see. There's something. Oh, looks like I did too. I forgot because there should be 1150 and it's 1130. All right. So yeah, so that's some of the ways it can do a gotcha on this. So be careful. See right there, I've got that. That's right there where I went back and did the railroad. So I need to go back and fix that. 62. All right, if I take everything, polylines, set the elevation to 0. Everything, set their color to 254. Take everything and set their line type to continuous. Okay, there it is. Now, if we 2D sine contours, multiple in series, go back to my settings, and these need to be 2, not 5. 10, change color. No, we're not going to change that. We're not going to change the color. Or we will, but we'll make it back to by layer, line type by layer. So that would work. All right. So that's the entire problem. So I'm going to now start down here with 11, 12. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. And now I'm going to go up to here, I think that cross out those. So 11, 12 up. Is it? I guess I changed the. Because I changed the layer on that one on the first time around, I didn't. So now if I select 30, 40, 20, and 50, 60. So now this one I did not change yet, so I'll make that one 11, 10. Actually, let's undo that for a sec. That's back to 0. So if I run that command again, whoops. I'm going to start here and go to here, and it's going to start at 1108. That's now 11, 12. That's correct, but it is not that, and this is not that. Oh, I know exactly what I put wrong. So if I do this settings, because I did tell it to change, I need to make my minor contour be on V dash topo dash minr. And my major.
I don't have a set. They don't have a set button for that.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? It's got a set for the color, but it doesn't for the layer. All right. 168. 168. Up. There we go, much nicer. So now, if I look at that elevation, 1168, just do a couple of spot checks. 1122, yep, it's in good shape. So now that's, fix those remaining ones out there, and that's how to quickly do that. And I would use those colors and get used to seeing that, because when you start getting thousands of these contours that you can't tell if you've got an elevation on yet, you want to, don't want to have to keep checking the properties. And you can tell it once, if it changes, it's going to change visually, so you can go on to the next one. Now, other commands don't fix it. It's just that one that does it in series that will do it. In the takeoff module, which is the construction thing here, is if you have the settings, Carlson configure, takeoff and site net settings. Right up here was this automatic update colors, and you could assign colors that things are existing. You could make them like green, design could be blue, or then assign colors by elevation. And if it has no elevation entities color, means you could make them all gray. And then once they did have, or make them red, whatever. Now, once they did get an elevation, they automatically change color to be either blue, that sort of stuff. So it's not anything that we have necessarily in our in the civil tools by themselves, or even in the site, but we would do those in. Here's an example. Here's a contour line that went out here and closed on itself and came back. Same thing happened here. Okay, so, and that has an elevation of 1152. Well, it doesn't really. It should be 56, 58, 60. Okay, so those are little gotchas. Now this is 1154. It should be 60. Because it was all because of those little end caps right there that caused that problem, going from 50 up this way. So again, use your eyeballs as to what might be going on. There's, see, right in there's that one gap. Right there. And there's where it messed up, and that's what knocked it off target. I went back and did those last ones on the railroad. So these should have come right up and met where they're supposed to be, but it's just an example of how that should work. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, well, we are at the end of a day. Like I said, it's sort of like getting a drink out of a fire hose. So that's that's about it. I think you've got a pretty good handle on getting those.
Yeah, I got a lot of good little, just because I've kind of been playing with it. I've kind of just got a lot of little notes and tricks here, like new commands and stuff that really are going to help me.
Yeah. So now when you guys have when you put a surface on a dozer, for instance, do you have a particular
Format or
that you use? Like, I know it depends, like sometimes it's TopCon, sometimes it's
so Komatsu uses the TopCon platform.
TopCon. Okay.
So we basically export into I just use Office 3D. So to get a TP3. So I export a TopCon TN3 and then I export the line work and I either do it in DXF or in an LM3.
Yeah, okay. So you know how to do that in Carlson, you know where those tools are?
Yeah, I do that.
All right, so that's what I was showing you there. You can export that TN3. And there's Topcon has a program, I forget the name of it. I used to know years ago. And then also you've got these exports, you can export these the polyline files as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, those are your tools to be able to get that done. So anyway,
Yeah.
so like I said, that'll give you some ways in, but I think the bulk of your work is going to be on that 3D data menu. And then my recommendation is to just keep working on refining those surfaces and use those 3D viewers to look at them and evaluate and try to decide, you know, what's our best approach to that. So, all right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Well, I will send along the videos and all that after they get processed and posted, and we'll go from there. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to run right here. I gotta go get my grandkids before they close the daycare on me. So
Perfect, perfect. All right, well, Ken, I appreciate that one-on-one here. That worked out really nice.
absolutely. Well, I hope so. So I'll stop there, record.